Hello guys, welcome to the channel. Today we are talking about what if Naruto was in Game of Thrones Part 3. Something went wrong in the battle. Maybe it was Kakashi, maybe it was Obito. He didn't know. Now none of them were here anymore. He didn't know what was going on in this empty, barren world. He'd figure it out anyway. And in the process maybe he'll help save the world too, when winter comes. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. It will help us make more videos for you. Now let's begin. Again and again, she dreamed the same dream. Sparsely at first, but soon it came to her every day, sometimes even multiple times in one night. She knew what it meant, she knew what she had to do, but that made actually doing it no easier. It was clear to her that the dragon would not hatch as things stood. None of their attempts had changed anything. Not fire and flame, not their combined blood, and not even an attempt from the day before at reversing the petrification. He had announced his second attempt successful, but the egg had not taken to their efforts any different than before. She could not detect the change herself, but she trusted Naruto was telling her the truth. Whatever he had done exactly had worked, only it had not made a difference. She needed Naruto to leave her and the egg. But not yet. The egg may not hatch in that time, but there were other uses she had for him. A few days, 2 weeks perhaps. Maybe more. Until then she had other things to do and prepare. Once the necklace she had commissioned had been finished, the next step was easy enough. Last night, in the grip of their passions, Naruto had spilled his seed inside her. He had needed little enough encouragement for that. In the end he was still a man, if an extraordinary one. She had begun shaping her magic immediately afterwards, the steps and requirements of what she intended to do still clear in her mind after all those years since she had Le Shadow familiar was a reflection of the person. A weak person produced a weak shadow, and strong person a strong shadow. The kind created using Naruto would no doubt be and terrible to behold. Of course, a shadow could not encompass every part of the person. They were not bound by a physical body which freed and limited them in different regards. How much of the Naruto had on the world and magic in his surroundings would be translated to the familiar she was creating would only be clear once it had been fully born. Naruto had already left for the day, to train in bow and dagger and knife, and then to lighten the purses of the city's sailors. It was not only about the money, she knew. He also enjoyed the games and wagers. Minutes and then hours passed, and she spent the time she did not use on controlling the magic giving birth to shadows in her womb on reading. Even if she was not birthing, physical strain was no less considerable, which was to say nothing of the magical one. She was far more accustomed to her magic now than she had been when she had first learned of shadow binding in High, and more powerful besides, but that did little in process easy or pleasant. Ordinarily a shadow familiar was imparted with a specific purpose before being born, but for this one she wanted as long a life as possible. She needed it only to continue its time past, nothing more. Trapping it inside the black opal set in the necklace would do the rest. Morning turned to noon, then afternoon, and then evening. By that time Shirley resembled a woman less than a moon away from giving birth. Naruto was soon to return, as which suited her purposes. He would be no help during the actual birthing, but, if worst came to worst and she lost control, having him there to interfere would be helpful. Magic maintained her control and her body did the rest. Though this was shadow binding in its most powerful form, she supposed that it was just another shape of blood magic as well. This was sacrifice and power and blood, as much training, study, and will. Fortunately, blood magic was the most powerful form of magic there was. The room was already prepared for everything to occur as she had planned, Valerian glyphs mirroring those carved into the silver of the necklace spread out on the floor. She had written them in her own blood. Considering her heritage, their effects should only be enhanced further. She heard Naruto enter the building and move in her direction, done with his own business for the day. The smile on her lips was unconscious, but it only made what she would do soon more painful. She tried her best not to think of that. They had days, even weeks, yet. Time to spend together. Shro. Naruto called, before entering the room. He stopped, frozen in his tracks, his mouth hanging open in surprise. That reaction was easy enough to understand. When he had left her that morning, she had not shown any pregnancy yet, after all. She had seen the desire in his eyes when he looked at her many times, for her and her body, but now a different kind was reflected in his gaze. The sight of her like this, here the fruits of magic, breasts and belly swollen, seemed to stoke an entirely different kind of fire in him. Enough to overwhelm his clear surprise. Naruto had never said it to her in as many words, but his dreams and wishes in that regard were clear. Perhaps she should have explained her plans before, but that conversation would have cut far too close to her reasons for going ahead with this now. Not what you expected to see. Ha! Naruto continued to stare, still clearly not understanding just what he was seeing. She made to stand, but the movement made her wince and abandon the attempt. Been spending too long sitting as her body adapted to the magical ritual, and even if there was no child's weight to accompany her size, there was still strain. At least her reaction seemed to finally snap Naruto out of his daze. A few long strides and then he was next to her and helping her stand, allowing her to put most of her weight the floor. She motioned towards the center of the circle of glyphs. What is this? He asked, confused but willing to follow her lead even without knowing the details, as they walked the short distance. Naruto carefully lowered her to the where a simple mirish carpet was laid out to make the following proceedings a bit less uncomfortable for her. Explanations will be, for later. Things were starting now, no doubt helped along by Naruto's mere presence. She had judged there to still be a few minutes left, but that before and could not be helped now. I will need you to wait for now, outside the glyphs. Magic began pulsing from inside her, and the strain on her body and mind quickly increased. That was abnormal but not cause for great concern yet. She had only birthed as familiar 3 times, all of which had happened during training, but the knowledge of the process and its intricacies had been burned into her mind more clearly than any amount direct experience could accomplish. She had braved the pit in the bowels of Stygia and touched shadow itself. Knowledge had been imparted that day, but not freely, and then had followed the fight to return. To had not taken long, hours, days at most. On the outside it had been years. More and more magic and shadow reacted to each other, joining into one, allowing her will to form it. Pressure heightened, physically and magically. Even if she had never birthed a child of her own, she knew of the physical strain involved in ordinary labor. The one she was engaged in was a kinder sort in that regard. Tension and pressure but no pain for her here, much of which she could ignore quite well, her mind hard at work shaping the familiar and imparting it with purpose. Breathing life, if a queer sort, into something that would and could never truly live. Further and further the energies rose and roused and the tension in her body followed along. She groaned, no longer able to bear it all in complete silence. Nearly there. Naruto obediently waited outside of the ring of glyphs, kneeling on the floor without complaint, his weapons put to the side in an orderly fashion. Weapon maintenance was one few things that could get him to act with care and attention every single time. She had learned. Swing a piece of steel around, or more often give it to him to fiddle with, and you have his mostly undivided attention. Now the armaments were entirely forgotten, despite their value, and she could see the conflict starting to grow in him. But he had agreed to wait, even if he had not said it out, so he would, no matter his dislike for doing so. Magic reached its peak not much later, and then there was only shadow, bending to her will. And the pressure released as one. She could not suppress a moan at the freeing sensation, but she needed her wits to stay in control now at this most important part. Shadow had formed, but now the purpose she had shaped inside it had to be expressed. She closed her eyes as the process began. Shadow, that was like water and yet not, like smoke and yet not, leaving her body. Tendrils shaped themselves into fingers, and hand-arm, with a body soon to follow. Next to her, outside of the ring of glyphs, Naruto reacted, gasping as the air was suddenly driven from his body, and then audibly gritting his teeth against the sudden strain. Last night she had established the connections between them, between him and her, between the shadow and herself, and between the shadow and him. A healthy adult with P and vitality could provide for one shadow familiar, though they would be drained for days afterwards, sometimes even weeks. Naruto was far from normal, but so would the fam, and she did not doubt that they would both need at least 2 days of rest after this. Then instead of fingers there were claws, painfully gripping her flesh. They easily pierced her skin, drawing blood, and she had to fight to maintain her control over the whole PR. Her eyes snapped open. She gasped in equal parts surprise and pain as the vaguely human amalgam of shadows started pulling its way to the outside. She tried to ignore the pain and discomfort as best she could, but air would not enter her body, the breath stuck in her throat, and the pressure on her lower body was there slightly different now. Gulping down air became a battle as much as maintaining her control was, and her mind scrambled to keep up with everything that was happening. This was not how things went, far from it, but she would not let that ruin everything. Her eyes were open, yet she did not truly see at the moment, too much light and yet none at all reaching her. She relied on feeling alone, on the movement of shadow as it passed out of her body and mingled with the pressure of the world. Inch by inch she clawed herself back to control and sense and reality. The birthing was nearly complete, most of the familiar already in front of her, and sound and sight filtered with a snap. Shro! Naruto was shouting, had been shouting for a bit already. She knew, even if she had not really heard, the panic clear in his voice. Her back was touching the floor, the B-robe she was wearing opened and bearing her to the world. Her head hurt, temples threatening to crush inwards, but she turned her head towards Naruto regardless. For an instant he looked wild and feral, crimson not blue, but then everything was as it should again. He was still outside of the circle of glyphs, but standing now, restless energy making him open and close his hands again and again while he stood glued to his spot on the floor, to pass the ring of symbols. The worry and fear in his blue eyes, a result, she realized, of both her state and lack of reaction before, abated slightly. Naruto turned towards her actions, wariness and sharp clarity filling in for the concern directed at her. Finally, the last of the shadow left Shura, and all the tension and pressure and strain that had weighed on her, acknowledged or not, was released, leaving a dull throbbing in it that at least she could deal with far easier. Shura struggled onto her forearms, lifting her upper body slightly, and took in the now fully formed shadow familiar. Taller than Naruto, it stood near 7 feet, though in place of feet there were only dark tendrils and curling smoke-like shadows creating the illusion of contact with the floor. Oh, she would have expected Naruto's visage reflected in the face, if warped and twisted, but this one looked more animal than wholly man. Thin, bony limbs with great claws at the end, the tips still dripping her blood, could have served to cleave through even the best plate, rending steel as easily as they did flesh, had no need of that ability. The face was vulpine, the jaw and nose elongating slightly to change the shape of the head entirely, sharp teeth ready to rip and tear. It saw her then, meeting her eyes with two pitch-black pits of nothingness, where in Naruto she would have seen warmth, with steel and storm usually unseen underneath. It too away again a moment later, remaining in place and inspecting the surrounding room in a mimicry of curiosity. She realized then, that the purpose she had so carefully imparted was being entirely ignored. A force of will great enough for that, where there should be none at all. Vexing, kind of way she should have expected with this many unknowns involved. Yet, she was not so easily subverted. Rallying what little energy and magic remained to her, she focused on the connection between them. She had not erred in the shaping and her purpose had been imparted, but that alone was not enough, it seemed. A deep breath in, and she pushed on that purpose through the connection, all the force of her will and the power she could bring to the effort being exerted. She was master art, and blood of old Valeria. She was fire, and fire was power. Even a powerful shadow would be forced to obey. The necklace was on the floor in front, no more than a step away from the familiar, and the shadows began to bow to her will. They warped and shifted, and then the being she birthed was right above the dark gemstone, where the carefully inscribed version of the Valerian Glyphs and the chain of iron links made it recoil only to be unable to escape. A hiss, like water dripping onto red-hot steel, sounded as the gemstone and shadows began bowing to her will and magic. Her creation fought her every step, clinging to its fact's freedom. Just as she thought the task was beyond her, already too exhausted by the preceding events, she forced open a new well of strength and magic, unknown to her bew the same. Sharp curved claws left deep furrows in the floor and an echoing howl split the air, and then there was no more struggle, the opal darkening so much that looking inside suggests impossible depth contained inside the gemstone. The part of her that had forbidden the shadow from passing beyond the circle of Glyphs relaxed, as did every other part of her, and truly exhausted. She collapsed backwards, but Naruto was already there to catch her, no longer impeded. She was drenched in sweat, near naked, bleeding from punctures in her legs, and str to breath, even the act of keeping her eyes open near too much to accomplish. Safe, that is what she felt, as he gently cradled her in his arms, never breaking eye contact, even as her vision began to swim. Necklace, she spat out, before he could carry her somewhere else, her mouth as dry as the Dornish desert. She closed her eyes, but she felt him lean down to do as she had before he pressed the cool chain into her hands. Even to her exhausted self the power contained inside was obvious, though the true effect would only be clear once she was not so close to Naruto, and she relished the success. A warm hand smoothed her hair back and she could not help but relax further. She knew what she felt in her heart. Love, how ridiculous. Yet she was neither blind nor too stubborn to admit it. She also knew that he felt the same, even if he had not realized it, much less admitted it to himself or her, yet. Soon. 2 days, 3 days at most. Enough time for them to recover and not a day more. Otherwise, she would not be able to bear it. The harbor was pleasant in the early morning, the sun only just peeking over the horizon. At first she had decided to simply send Naruto on his way to Bravos and then the message for Iman in hand. By the time he returned to Volantis months later, she would simply be gone, no trace of her presence or message left behind for him to find. Maybe that would have made all of this easier, but he deserved better. Even if he ended up not understanding her reasons, or even hating her, tricking him like that was the cow way. Shra had already attempted to tell him 2 times, but the words would not come. When he had left the bedroom with all of his belongings efficiently secured to his person, speaking, she had gotten up and joined him. At the house's entrance she had simply continued walking with him, her tongue like a lead weight in her mouth. Now they were nearing the ship that would take him west, towards Lys, and then north to Pentos and eventually Bravos. From there he would have to find passage to White Eastwatch by the sea on his own, before making the remaining trip to Castle Black overland. It was also her last opportunity to say her piece, one that she would not waste. Merchant vessels tended to leave for the water as early as possible, so that they could make as much headway on their journey during the daytime as possible. Accordingly, there was already a busy place, grumbling sailors and deckhands making the last necessary preparations for casting off. They stopped a few yards from the ship, enough distance remaining to give them the privacy she wanted from curious sailor ears. "When you return to Volantis, I will no longer be here," she said, for lack of a more graceful way to start. Naruto was clearly confused by her words. To him it must all seem too sudden. Her glamour was in place, though she had decided against the mask, but there was no question that he was looking right through it at the moment. Just another shield, another lie. "What do you Shra hushed him by laying a finger on his lips before he could finish. If she allowed him to talk before she had said her piece, she would only waver. What we have right now, it will not be. It cannot be." His confusion was rapidly shifting into tension now, the smile falling from his lips. She moved her hand to his cheek, her best to show only resolve. "When you have delivered my message, stay in Westeros. Find a lord to serve, find a wife to love and to give you children. Make a life for yourself, forget about me and never look back. Promise me." If she would have still been capable of bearing children by this time ordinarily, Shra did not know, but it was doubtful. When her mother had invoked blood and sorcery during pregnancy, Shra had been changed, but knowing all of the effects of that was impossible. In any case, she had sacrificed her ability to birth new life decades ago, far more into achieving the last steps of shadowbinding than personally continuing her line. Everything had a price, and no womb could foster both life and shadow. Shra knew very well of Naruto's dreams and wishes in that regard. That, she could not give him. Naruto's brow creased, the stubborn set of his jaw entirely expected, as were his words. "I don't care about that." A lie, an obvious one to boot, and they both knew it. But Naruto really was stubborn enough to convince himself that it was the truth. "You do," she countered. For a few moments he was silent and then he spoke again, as stubborn as before. "I still won't." "You will," Shra insisted. Naruto was young, not even finished with his second decade. He would find someone else. Perhaps, had she met Naruto in her youth, things could have different between them. But they had not, and so they were not. When Brynden had proposed marriage to her half a dozen times, she had rejected him every time without fail, finding amusement in his more and more desperate attempts at persuading her. There had been times she had regretted that decision afterwards, but the past was already written, the ink dry. Regret would not change what had transpired. Naruto's eyes searched her own and she had to resist the instinct to look away in an attempt to stop herself from getting lost in them. Oh, how she wanted to! But she could know that. If he knew the truth, Naruto would never submit. In 20, 30 years, things may be different, but until then we have different paths to walk, Shra said, wavering. She knew that opening that crack was foolish, but she did anyway. Who could know how things would be, then? Perhaps she would be an old woman by then, her youth suddenly as fleeting as it was for everyone else, and he would not her twice. Why? Because it must be that way, she said in answer. How can you know that? Naruto bit out, frustrated with her words. I have seen it. My dreams do not lie. It is our fate to be separated, Shra admitted to him. A muscle in Naruto's jaw jumped and his neck flexed. Fuck fate. For the first time since the pirates had attacked them on their way to Volantis, genuine anger was leaking into. For an instant his eyes changed to resemble a cat's, the black center moving from round to slit and back to round. He had an animal's wildness to him then, like a caged beast furious at its confinement, and the comparison to the being sealed away inside him was reflexive. Shra felt no less his presence. Naruto would not harm her, she was convinced, though perhaps things would have been easier if he would. She could have claimed fear then, for her safety and Lee's future and with it the world, but she could not. If he had been less capable or less trustworthy, she could have discarded him without batting an eye. With some regret for the resource lost, perhaps, but discarded, none the Lees would have moved on, never looking back. But he had been good to her, gentle despite his strength and abilities, and there, when no one else was. You do not understand. Shra shook her head and dropped her hand from his face. This she had also expected. Maybe without seeing it himself, he was incapable of understanding. Need your word either way. I need your promise, now. Deliver my message to Eamon and don't come looking for me, she said, insisting on her stance. Naruto clenched both fists and she could hear the way he was gritting his teeth. He looked to be in physical pain, like he was fighting himself for control. She wanted to stop or she remained firm, she had to. Any single person's wishes inevitably bowed beneath the weight of the world. I promise. Tension left her in a flood, the most important part finally over with. He would keep that promise, if it meant fighting the gods. Before she could fully relax, Naruto continued, question somber. The anger and frustration having left him in a rush. Was it real, any of it? For you? It felt like a knife to the heart, but she let nothing show. This was an opportunity, nothing more. She needed to exploit it to the fullest. Naruto W at reading facial expressions and intent. If he caught her in a lie now, everything collapsed. If she avoided his eyes, he would know. If she stayed silent, he would know. If she see him, everything would fall into place. Say it. Say it now and it would be over. It was just one word, just one more little lie told for the good of the world. What was one word like that truly worth? Less than nothing. Why then, did it feel like she was stepping off a cliff? Shra hardened her heart and answered. No. Yes. Naruto only twitched, his expression blank and unfeeling except for the downward tilt of his lips. At any point. Just get it out. No grimaces, no tension, no stalling. Even, controlled, simple. A horrible lie. Just one word. Never. He dropped his head and turned away, his hands slowly clenching and unclenching in time with his breaths. She wanted to collapse right then and there, but the faked remain control, it was all about control. Slowly he took the first step towards the ship and away from her. If certain things had to be, why did they have to make her feel this way? Naruto stopped, head raised to the cloudless sky and the few stars bright enough to still be visible with the sun continuing to rise. You know, I really hate people that lie to the without another word. He continued walking, never looking back. The moment she went from inside the 15-foot radius around him to outside should have been felt. It should have been significant. Yet the necklace around her neck prevent that impact, and for a blinding moment Shura wanted to fling it into the bay, consequences be damned. She watched him climb on deck, and then she watched the ship leave for open water from the same spot. A cold wind blew towards the city, making her shiver, and the sea breeze nothing comforting about it now. Shura paid the salty raindrop running down her cheek no mind. There was a dragon egg waiting for her. Naruto felt like days on ship were somehow short and long at the same time. The weeks seemed to pass him by in a blink, and yet every day could not seem to come, leaving him standing at the bow, staring at the sea by day or the star-filled sky by night. Neither of those activities served to distract him in any way, of course, but to them every single time, nonetheless. The further north he traveled, the more Naruto could believe that it really was winter. Rain became more frequent and eventually turned to snow and hail. Near Pen encountered their first storm, making the sailors talk about being grateful that it was not autumn, when the same situation could have forced them far off course, their voyage. It became cold on shore, colder in the bowels of the ship, and freezing on deck. Naruto felt none of it. He knew he should at least don the thick cloak he had procured setting off, to keep some of the chill at bay, but he just could not be bothered. He had been angry before. When Sasuke had betrayed Konoha, when Gaara had been killed by Akatsuki, when he had thought that Pain had killed Hinata. Haku, and every time there had been someone he could be angry at. Somebody to be the target of his rage and fury. This was not like those times. The only person he could focus on was Shura, the one person he didn't want to hurt or fight. He was angry at her dreams, at Prof Destiny as concepts, as ideas, but what was that supposed to accomplish? Those were no real target for his emotions, leaving him unbalanced and frustrated with instead of feeling the same red-hot anger that robbed him of reason, Naruto only felt sad and empty and lost. Fate, she had said. Neji had talked about destiny too, back during the Chunin exams, but he had been angry at his family and clan. Shura had said they had differia was simple fact. He didn't understand, but a part of him desperately wanted to. As if that would somehow change anything now. The elder Toad had talked of prophecy and predicted the future, and he had been correct in a way. Naruto had met an octopus, though Jiyuki had been half of one, had never ended up fighting Sasuke again, never even seeing him after they had met following the Kage Council. Child of prophecy. What a joke. Naruto could only vaguely recall what he had seen in the House of the Undying, the memory largely dominated by the blank period that had followed afterwards. Three blurry instances, his parents had been the last one, with his baby sister in their arms. What was he supposed to know from that? From a blue field, with the fall dogs, or hounds, or wolves, or whatever kind of animal. There was nothing there to find out, just images. No meaning, no clarity, no wisdom. It was just an empty memory, less useful than even lies or illusion. Those atlas something about the other person. When Sakura had lied to him, he had understood why. She had wanted him to stop, to abandon the promise he had made her, even if to accomplish that she had to herself. But he couldn't abandon that promise, not for a lie. But even if he had not agreed and had been pissed at her for a bit too, he could somewhat understand. Shura had lied as well, at the end, but it hadn't been the same. No matter what, she had been resolved to make him leave, and that only made it hurt more. She had promise from him, to deliver her message and not come back. Every promise Naruto had ever made, he had intended to keep, if it cost him his life to do so. Yet, he had failed most of them the moment he had come to this world. Never bring Sasuke back now, he would never change the shinobi world like Jiraiya had envisioned, he would never protect Konoha and bring the will of fire to the generation as the next Hokage. The only promises he had left were those he had made to Shiro. He would take the secret of her identity to his grave and he would deliver her message to the W. Would not forget about her. He would not do that, he could not do that. Maybe what they had shared had only been short-lived, but it had been special to him all. If doing that meant betraying another promise, then he would live with that too, somehow. Maybe he would figure all of it out eventually. While at sea there was literally nothing better for him to do when he wasn't distracting himself by helping with the sailors. Normally he would have passed the time by training, but he simply couldn't work up the motivation for it. He had been planning to try his hand at water manipulating. Natural energy had on his burn scar deserved further investigating, and he was far from perfect with a bow, but none of it sounded appealing. He simply stood on deck and stared out to sea. Naruto wasn't sure if he had ever gone this long without seeing another person. White Harbor had been a huge city, filled with houses and shops and guards and people doing work of 100 different kinds. Merchant ships had dominated smaller fishing vessels further out, already looking for the day's catch, and a few large whalers sprinkled in. His hopes of finding passage to Eastwatch had been dashed quickly. The last night's watch ship had left the city a week past, and there was too little coin involved individual merchant going up there in winter. Getting the necessary supplies had presented far fewer problems, though not everyone was willing to part with food during winter, even for coin. With so many in her lot of trade, the port held everything he needed. As soon as he had left the city for the wider countryside, things had changed quickly. Even the King's Road was sparsely used when the snow was feet high, in part because it was hard to even find. Closer to the city there had been a visible effort to keep the road clear and usable, but before long those faded as well. Traveling quickly became too bothersome for Naruto, so he had abandoned the road for the trees as often as he could. When the forests had disappeared for a while, replaced by expansive plains and hills covered entirely in white, he had no choice but to continue on ground. Those are rare, however, even if he had to deviate quite a bit from the path to avoid a few of them. Even thinking about making the track on a horse made him glad that he wasn't a civilian. The part of this trip that had taken place on a ship had been bad enough. Monotony and a grand view of water, water, and more water. Here at least he could look at new land, see places he had never seen before, while also making the little time as possible. The miles had disappeared behind him. Naruto had memorized a rough map of the north, though that was no good stand-in for actually knowing the lay of the land. Fortunately, he didn't actually need to know much. As long as he was heading north he would eventually arrive at the wall, even if not directly at Castle Black. The road served as a marker for that. Winterfell had been a sight to see, its walls a clear reminder of Konoha as it had been before Pain. 80 and 100 feet tall respectively, he could appreciate the normal attack would encounter in trying to get in. Unlike most other buildings he had seen in the north, little snow had decorated the roofs and walls inside, a residue water being pumped through. Hugging onto the outside of the grey granite had been a whole village of its own, with men and women packed into neat rows of simple houses built of logs and winter, sheltering in the shadow of the great castle. Grey on white, the banners of House Stark had been everywhere, the running direwolf decorating watchtowers and walls. Still, he had not spent much time admiring the view, purchasing what supplies he needed and then going on his way again. There was a lot of distance to cover before his destination. Wasting daylight wasn't advisable. Days passed quickly, time Naruto spent running over snow and jumping through trees. In the west, hills turned to mountains, slowly at first, before shooting up like days of travel that followed. Great stone peaks dominated the horizon, making him think about climbing to the very top, for the view from up there if nothing else. On, just like the land itself, further and further, and the maps said that they would reach the wall itself near its western end. The air became colder and the land became wilder with every mile he crossed towards the wall. His chakra served well to warm him, in addition to the thick cloak, chill at bay, but there was still some way ahead of him. Naruto knew that he should have gotten something different to wear underneath, the airy light fabrics far a colder climate than they had been to Volantis wet heat. Eventually he reached the gift, stretching 50 leagues southward from the wall. This land was overseen by the Night's Watch itself, intended to support the Menth wall with its bounty and taxes. Naruto knew that the order had been on the decline for some time now, but he had still expected things to change once he came this far. Farming was certainly the ground was frozen solid and snow covered the fields, but he had seen a few animals already, and yet not a single hunter. Deer, hare, boar, elk, he had learned to hunt animals in the academy, to subsist off of the land if necessary while out on missions, and it was one of the few things paid attention to during lessons. Yet there were no black-clad men quietly shuffling through the snow to stalk beasts anywhere in sight. Eventually the wall became visible on the horizon, only a small light blue line at first, that only continued to grow in size as he walked on. Higher and higher it rose, enormous size became fully clear to Naruto. Hearing about it had not done the construct justice. Stretching farther than he could even see in both directions, it towed everything else in the vicinity, standing hundreds of feet high. The same feeling from before, that he had felt seeing the mountain range rise next to him as he traveled, returned even stronger. There was no doubt in his mind T from above would be absolutely incredible. Compared to the sheer presence of the wall itself, Castle Black was not much to look upon. In the first place it did not even look like a castle, simply a string of disc buildings and towers clustering near the wall in a rough half-circle. Snow covered the roofs like thick white blankets, but much of the path and courtyards had been days' downpour, making movement between different buildings possible. Naruto slowed from his comfortable running pace as he closed in on the entrance, or at least what passed for one. He had been seen already, a black shape moving of the towers and disappearing inside, and it did not take long for two men to exit the same tower further down and come towards him. One carried a spear while the other was unarmed for now, both of them clad in thick, black dyed wool and fur, shawls covering the lower half of their faces in an att warm. "Who goes there?" the unarmed man hailed him once they were close. He was short, somewhere in the vicinity of 5 feet, and the thick clothing made him look any well. "A messenger. I carry a letter for your master," Naruto said in answer, raising his empty hands from beneath his cloak for a moment. The letter was tucked away in his pack, where there was no danger of it getting wet or being damaged in any other way. The watchman looked to his spear-wielding brother, who simply shrugged, and then turned back to him. "Come on then." Naruto followed him into the premises, the other black-clad man falling in behind them both. Men were training in different courtyards, keeping warm through exec, others watched on. Some groups drilled with spear or shield or axe or sword, while others sparred directly, fighting each other in thicker training armor, to protect the wounds inflicted by even blunted weapons. Onlookers shouted encouragement or instructions from the side while others simply waited for their turn in silence. Most of them weren't particularly good. In another courtyard men were shooting at butts with longbow and crossbow both, calling out to each other as arrows and bolts landed or not, with the occasional sea iron tip struck the center. Above them all loomed the wall, gigantic and cold. He could feel its presence even without trying to, the barrier that extended beyond the physical wall itself. How sea like this have been constructed? Haku had crafted ice with chakra, but that was nothing compared to this monstrosity. They entered a stout wooden keep after the man in front knocked on the iron-banded wooden door 2 times. Above them ravens caught and quorked, as if deep in of their own. A fire was roaring in the room, driving the chill that had accumulated over the day from his body. The Black brothers clearly felt the same, rubbing their gloved hand heat them up slightly. "Lord Commander," Maester the watchman said, after lowering their shawls, greeting the 2 men in the room. The taller one had olive skin, dark black hair streak his expression serious but with prominent laugh lines around his eyes. Far older, the second man's hair had turned white from age and the slight paleness in his eye questioned just how much he could really see. "Man here says he a messenger. Got a letter for the Maester." Naruto ran a hand through his slightly damp hair, making the bits of snow that had not melted yet drift to the floor. "A message so urgent it is delivered through the winter by hand." "I will feel honored then," the older man answered, a small quiet smile on his thin lips. Hanging was a great chain, dozens of links of differently colored metals arranged together. A Maester's chain, just as Shra had described it, which made the man her gran. "It is a rare messenger who arrives so well armed." Naruto shrugged and tried for a disarming smile, though the Lord Commander didn't sound accusing, more interested if anything. "Can be dangerous out there. Bet prepared to encounter trouble than not." "Ain't that the truth?" the taller spear-wielding watchman said from behind him, a grim tone to his voice. "Wildlings been getting bolder again, cause o' the cold." "Aye, they been getting better at evading us too," the shorter man grumbled. The other members of the Night's Watch did not say it out loud, but they clearly also explained the emptiness of the land he had just passed through. No one liked to be attacked again and again. People would move away. "Return to your posts, Bedwick, Dewen." "Lord Commander," the unarmed man said, nodding, and turned towards his spear-wielding brother. Covering his face he opened the door, letting in some of the Naruto shrugged his pack off onto the floor and knelt to get the letter Shra had entrusted to him. "Let us see this urgent message then," the Lord Commander said, once the 2 watchmen had left the room, a slight drawl to his voice. "It is a sensitive message, I'm afraid, for the Maester's eyes only," Naruto said, taking out the folded piece of parchment and holding it out towards Maester Eamon. "Matter." Both men seemed to understand well enough. Maesters and men of the Night's Watch gave up their claim and names, but the Targaryens were the royal family. No Lord Commander ruled here, by all the laws of the realm, and not a king or prince. If he so wished, he could very well ignore the unspoken request to leave. Eamon accepted the letter with wrinkled fingers and ran his thumb along the seal closing it. "Oh." Instead of the Targaryen sigil, Shra had pressed a simple star in something that would not identify her without the words written inside. Carefully removing the wax seal with a small knife, Maester Eamon unrolled the parchment and read the first few lines. Naruto had not read the message himself, been curious, but that was part of this kind of mission. A shinobi didn't read important documents they were tasked to deliver, even if they wanted to. "Our messenger speaks the truth, Lord Commander. This is indeed a matter of great importance and privacy." The Lord Commander seemed to take Maester Eamon by his word and nodded his head in acceptance. I will give you some time then. We can continue our business. After giving Naruto another once-over, the man turned to leave in the direction of a different door in the room. Revealed behind it were stairs leading below ground. Realized, a tunnel system that likely connected the different buildings of Castle Black to each other below the surface. Naruto watched the old man shuffle over to the one of the high-backed chairs near the fireplace, letter in hand, and eventually joined him there. There were bound afterwards, ones that only he could answer. Eamon's hands shook slightly as he continued to read, clearly somewhat overwhelmed by the revelations contained in the writing. Minutes passed in silence, only the crinkling of parchment and the crackling of the fire. That she would still live, Eamon muttered, more to himself than anything else, pale fingers running over the inked words. He spent a few seconds like that, distra-absent. You are the man my aunt speaks of then? Naruto. Yes, I am, he answered, nodding. I had not thought to ever see her write so fondly of someone. There were never many that could hold her attention for long. Likely Eamon did not mean anything, simply remembering someone he had thought dead and lost to him, but Naruto could not help but feel some frustration rise in him again, his lips twisting into a moe smile. Well, she has a unique way of showing it, he said, unable to hide some of his bitterness. Weeks had passed and it still hurt to remember that exchange. He still denied it either, how anyone could believe in fate like that. Maester Eamon only chuckled, looking off into space, clearly seeing something else than the room's thick wooden walls. Yes, she always was her own person. The smile on his weary face for a moment. But I did not know her well, isolated as I was in Old Town. So many years, so many regrets. Naruto knew that she was 100 years old, but that had always seemed an empty statement to him. It was only ever something he reminded himself of, a history long past that she had lived through, and not a reality he had often been confronted with. This man had lived for more than 80 years, and you could tell just by looking at him, even just listening to him. He had not been left untouched by the decades. Perhaps, Naruto thought, time had little bite when your body did not suffer as it did for everyone else. His mother's clan had been called the Undying once, for their lifespans, but he had never met any of them, and only time would tell whether he would be the same in that regard. Would you tell me how you two met? There are only so many words in a letter. Naruto looked around the room, searching for the words. He had no intention of recounting everything Shra and him had done, but a few tidbits would not hurt. Hanging from the walls were herbs and roots of many kinds, some dried and some not, ready to be used for this or that concoction. Maesters were healers, hearth and thread or sleeping aid and salve, and they had to know what combination would produce the needed effects. Small clay pots and a few clear glasses, placed in he could never hope to understand, were filled with powders and liquids with similar uses. Herb law was an important skill for a shinobi as well, to reduce the chance of ingesting anything poisonous if nothing else, but Naruto did not know half the plants until now, much less all their different uses. He would learn in time. We met in Karth, at the beginning of the year. I was going through a rough patch at the time and ran into her. She wasn't particularly nice, in the beginning, but I would know that better than I do. Naruto began, recalling events that felt older than they really were. We came to an agreement, exchanging her tutelage for mine, and sailed for Volantis. Eventually I heard about a dragon egg in Lies. I stole it and we tried our best without success. Then she sent me here. He had brushed over most of the important bits, but saying any more than he already had felt, inappropriate perhaps. You love her, do you not? Master Eamon asked, after a moment of silence. What? Naruto's eyes snapped to the older man, still sitting in his chair close to the fireplace. My eyes may not be what they once were, but my ears are still sharp, Eamon answered, a smile on his thin lips. Either way, it was no great feat of deduction. Much in her letter. For a few moments he stewed in his thoughts before getting a grip. Maybe I did, Naruto answered, looking away again. What the hell did he know about love? Oh no, that was what you felt. It didn't matter now. They would go their separate ways. It is a terrible burden. To love another. The gods must be cruel indeed, to fashion us for it as they did, Eamon said, clearly thinking of some part of his life that had passed. Yet her other words trouble me more. The long night, the wall crumbling, others. Legends all. And horrors. What are we to do against that? The watch st to their oaths, but lesser than I imagine they ever were. I don't know what should be done, but I will help, Naruto said, far more comfortable with this line of conversation than the former. How do you intend to do that? Have you come to take the black, as I did? No, Naruto denied. There was a part of him, the one that was fueled by spite, that wanted to do it. Say screw everything, swear away any chance of a family and own way in life, and join up, for the simple reason that Shra had said to do the exact opposite of that. But he didn't listen to that part of himself. Even he could admit that that was childishness talking above all else, and he was not that immature anymore. He would die soon, with no one else to take the fall for his decisions but himself. Joining the Night's Watch was something he would only come to regret in the future. I'm not even sure what I will do now, or when anything will happen. Naruto shook his head, he felt like a great fool. Shra had believed in all of it though, and he her word, even if that made him an even greater one. But when it does, get a message to me and I will come. I promise you that. One man more, to protect us against that ancient evil. What will that accomplish? Eamon asked skeptically. Naruto smirked, feeling the comfortable embrace of confidence. This he knew. I'm not like other men. For whatever reason, Eamon seemed to accept that statement easily enough. Where will you go now? Naruto didn't know what he would even do now, but there weren't a lot of choices to begin with. The only thing he really knew was fighting. Even during peace, the fights, of one kind or another, and people that were willing to pay for it. Maybe he would just enjoy himself for a bit. Contests and tourneys and the like. Nothing like competition to get your head on straight. South, I think. Somewhere warmer than here. Eamon laughed quietly. It would seem that every place not beyond the wall would fit that description. More places for me to choose from then, Naruto answered, smiling. Ashura walked the tawny grounds in a thick unadorned robe, her hair bound back and covered with a simple shawl. Winter was soon to end, but some of the cold the air. No finery marked her person as notable while she watched the people work and the last houses arrive. Most of the preparations had been finished already, the viewing stands raised, distances measured and marked, and a racetrack decided on, but the arrival of the N only meant more work for the grooms, smiths, carpenters, and hundreds of other workers. Tents and pavilions had to be raised, horses shod or stabled, armor bought, repaired, or fitted, and tawny lances shaped, inspected, and shelved. There was any work for small folk when a tourney took place, and this one was the greatest tourney in a long time. However, all the work taking place around her did not stop Ashura from paying careful attention to the more important details. Her brother was a member of the key guarding the blood against any threat, but she served the royal family in a different manner. Well, part of the royal family at least. Officially, she was one of the many ladies-in-waiting to Princess Elia, experiencing the royal court and assisting the princess in her daily duties in whatever manner. Unofficially, she had taken it upon herself to manage the flow of information that was the fabric of court politics. During an ordinary tourney she would have restricted herself to learning what she could in polite conversation with the different attendants, preferably when they w deep in their cups and would not remember much the next day. Seeing as this was by no means an ordinary tourney, the importance of her duties had only increased. Means had to be employed. She had not been able to ascertain just how Lord Varys had managed to catch on to their plans, but it had ended up serving their purposes regardless. King Aerys had declined for years now, a fact not necessarily known to the realm at large. An appearance at this tourney would leave nothing to the imagination. The prizes had served to attract as many as they had hoped, sigils from all over the 7 kingdoms being displayed proudly on pavilions, shields, and surcoats. Ye missing sigils she paid the most careful attention to. House Lannister was the expected absence, after the king had so flagrantly insulted his former hand while at failing to disguise the act as an honor, but there were other houses that had decided not to attend. Most prominent among them was the leaping trout of House Tully that could not be seen anywhere. The possibility had been clear to them, but there had been some hoster would still make an appearance, even if he felt slighted. In the end it could not be helped. There was little more than an hour remaining now until the opening ceremony was held, followed by a great feast in preparation for the start of the competitions. Tomorrow's highlight would be a great 7-sided melee, followed by simpler more varied attractions until the joust started a few days later. Chelstead, Corbray, Florent, Leiden, the Shield houses. They were just some of the missing sigils she had already noted. Tourneys always had mixed attendance, delegation, prizes, and occasion, but it had been their hope to draw as many as possible to Harrenhal. The absence of all the houses of the Iron Islands was to be expected, and had been accounted for in any case. Their disdain for the 7, knighthood, and what Greenlanders a well-known problem. Seemingly in direct opposition to that absence, there were many sigils from the north, mostly clustered together in the part of the tourney grounds she currently Stark, Mondale, Mormont, Glover, Dustin, Riswell. Usually the houses of the north were as absent as the Ironborn at tourneys. The old gods knew no knights, on most houses above the neck prayed only to weirwoods and not insepts. This tourney had been opened to warriors without a knighthood to attract more attention from just those houses, a gamble that seemed to have paid off. Even Akko increased effort in sorting out who was and was not allowed to compete. 3 lords paramount, the heir and a brother to 2 others, and many, many other houses both big and small. Considering the circumstances, this idea had brewed a commotion ahead attracted her attention, bringing her away from her thoughts on the political opportunity of this tourney. She was still among northerners, men in furs and male mingling in small groups or making final preparations before the official beginning of the tourney, but a sizer gathered nearby, surrounding and hiding whatever had drawn their attention. As she walked closer, Ashura tried her best to give the impression of a common woman attracted to the disturbance. She did not delude herself into thinking that she masterful mama, but as long as she did not stand out too much the chances of being discovered were rather low. The northern presence at court had always been minimal if it was present at all. Seated on clean tree stumps were 2 men, a small barrel serving as a table between them. The bigger man was clearly a northerner, the sigil of House Glover, the thick beard and furs, while the other man could not have looked more different. Blond and clean-shaven, he was clearly the younger of the 2 men. Where the Glover was thick and strong the other man was tall and long-limbed, and where the wore furs and a fine red tabard the other wore a yellow brigandine and steel. It looked to be a meeting between a soldier or sellsword and a lord, but the two men talked like equals, nonetheless. "You are serious?" the Glover man asked. Judging by his age and the well-made clothing she thought he was likely Galbart or Robet, the two oldest Glover brother very. The blond man smiled confidently. Galbart or Robet snorted in amusement. "Very well. I was told you were offering a bargain." The blond stranger reached down to his belt and removed one of the two sheaths fastened there. He laid the sheathed dagger on the barrel between them. The simple leather with very little in terms of decoration, and the dagger inside mostly followed that pattern. The hilt was simple and unadorned, dark leather around two small gemstones set into the round pommel, one green and one blue. Ashura could see the confusion she felt reflected on the other faces in the crowd. The gemstones had some value, but a dagger in of itself was no great prize. Before any questions could be asked, he unsheathed the dagger a few inches and a hush traveled through the crowd. The ripples in the dark steel were too distinct recognized. Daggers of the like were more common than larger weapons, but Valyrian steel of any kind was incredibly valuable. "I want your spot in the melee. Sadly, I am neither knight nor lord, so my options are limited." The Glover man was immediately interested, a hint of calculation entering his dark eyes. "My spot for your dagger, you mean?" "No," the blonde said. "I was thinking a contest, of your choosing. If I win, I get your spot, and if you win, you get my dagger. Easy as that." Ashura debated her mind. Certainly, there was coin to be gained in a melee, especially this one, with the prizes as lavish as they were, but beating enough competitors to outweigh was offering was incredibly unlikely. He would have to win or come very close for that. "Of my choosing?" Glover asked. "You will regret making that offer soon." "I accept. Your dagger for my spot." The two men sealed their agreement by shaking hands. "What contest will it be then?" "A race, a duel, archery." She noted the long package next to him that he glanced at for the last one. That was very obviously announced. The Glover man had other ideas and placed one elbow on the barrel, pushing the dagger slightly to the side so that there was enough room. "No, nothing so long. You take that dagger right here, right now. We arm wrestle." He was a broad, strong man, maybe slightly shorter than the blonde, but definitely heavier. She almost pitied the blonde. The offer had perhaps been well-intentioned but poorly thought out, nonetheless. There was no real question who would win between other northerners in the crowd laughed and jeered, as confident in the outcome as the Glover. In direct opposition to that, the blonde only nodded, even more confident than he had looked before, and shook out his arm before placing his elbow on the barrel. The onlookers stepped forward to adjudicate, but the Glover held up his free hand before they could start. "I would have your name before I take your possessions." "Naruto Uzumaki," the blonde man said. The name was clearly foreign, though it did not resemble those from the free cities. She could not pinpoint his accent, but slightest smoothness to certain syllables that spoke of the Far East. "Not from around here, are you?" "Well, no matter. A fair bargain is a fair bargain." "Robet Glover." He nodded at the standing man that he could begin. The two seated their right hands, and the judge laid his own on top. On the count of 3 the judge raised his hands, starting the struggle between the two men. Muscles strained against each other, but the clasped hands did not coincide, neither party gaining the upper hand. Robet Glover was the first to change the situation, gripping the side of the barrel with his free hand to brace himself, in leverage. yet the clasped hands still did not move. The blonde man, Naruto, continued to wear his easy smile and did not follow suit. Slowly but surely, he started pushing Robert's hand towards the barrel. Where leaning forward, his breathing strained and his jaw clenched, Naruto remained at ease, his gloved free hand not moving from where it was perched on his leg and even. The crowd grew louder and louder, some starting to cheer for the blonde stranger while others were shouting at Robert to give it his all. More and more the northern noble was being pushed downwards, no matter how much he tried to stop the movements of his arm. The result was inevitable. The back of Robert's hand touched the wood of the barrel and the judge called the bout, declaring a fair victory. A loud cheer went up from the crowd, for a match matter the victor. Both competitors shook out their wrestling arms. For a moment Ashura worried that this would lead to violence. An unknown foreigner beating a noble was the stuff. The real ones usually did not end as happily as the more celebrated ones, but Robert Glover was a man of his word and did not begrudge his opponent the victory. "You have the strength of 11 Southerners," Robert said, a broad smile on his face despite the loss. Naruto returned the smile, though he seemed quite obvious. 11. Everyone knows that a Northman is worth 10 Southern swords. It seems the same holds true with arms. The jape earned roaring laughter from the northern crow, restrained chuckle from Naruto as well. Ashura could not help but grow a small grin herself. The North was a proud, harsh land, and not often involved in the politic, but the people had their own sort of charm. Judging the situation over, Ashura turned to leave. There were still more things to find out before the tourney began properly, and she would have to make herself pee the opening ceremony and the feast after. The Hall of 100 Hearths was warm and filled with revelry and music. Men and women drank and ate and talked and danced. At some tables lords and knights their latest hunt, or fight, or joust, and at others they bragged about their wives, whores, and cocks. In a few quiet corners more mercantile people shared news and developments that could have an impact on their future wealth. At first Ashura had intended to refrain from most of the festivities and put herself in a position to continue her efforts from earlier in the day, but Elia had quickly otherwise. So she had enjoyed some Dornish red and started dancing as soon as the floor had been cleared and the musicians began their work. Oberyn had been her first dance partner, clad in pale red and orange silk, and as graceful to music as he was with a sword or lance. At one point a betrothal between them had been considered, but eventually the idea had been discarded. Before any agreement had been made, his mother had died. Father's sudden death placed her as her eldest brother's heir until he had children of his own. When she had joined Elia's service, the last remnants of the idea had disappeared, the Danes already tied to House Martell in friendship. There were better politica for marriage for a Prince of Dorne in any case, though Oberyn's proclivities made that prospect slightly more difficult. When she had asked him whether he knew about the old arrangement as they twisted and turned to the notes, he had only laughed, and told her that he did not in any time soon. There were far too many things he had yet to experience for that. After that her partners had changed a few times. Sir Richard Lunmouth, a former squire and now friend to Roger, who had left her for a drinking game with his Earl John Connington, who was an even closer friend to the prince, and then her brother, clad in the white of his order. She had always been closest to Arthur of all three of her siblings. Little Illyria was still too young for many things and had only just stopped needing constant attention. Ashura had left Starfall for Elia's service, and Alaric had always been weighed down by his title as heir to and now Lord of Starfall without being deemed worthy of the Morning. Even if he had never begrudged Arthur the title, it had led to friction between them nonetheless, a relationship that had only become less strained once Arthur had Kingsguard. Distance, her mother had told her once, sometimes turned out to be the best medicine. They had talked of the earlier ceremony, of little memories from back in Starfall, and of the tourney. As a king's guard, Arthur preferred the joust to the melee, thou enjoyed the latter before donning the white cloak. 49 riders would compete tomorrow, in 7 groups with 7 men each, until only one competitor remained. They had amused themselves by pointing OU riders all around the hall. Those with sense enjoyed themselves without indulging too much, while those without placed the moment's amusement above their conde. Robert Baratheon looked the laughing storm reborn, tall and strong and proud, and had already drunk Sir Richard under the table and was roaring for more when pointed him out to Arthur. Her brother had predicted that he would likely not win tomorrow. When his duty called Arthur away, Ashura had pondered stopping herself, but the heir to Winterfell had stopped her with a secretive smile and a whispered word, another dance for her, though it was the younger Stark she joined hands with. They both had the same dark hair and grey eyes, but that was where the similarities ended between them. Eddard was not as tall or handsome as his brother, lacking wild cast to his features, but he was polite and pleasant and solid, in the way of many second sons. Compared to his brother's flaming desire, his was more subdued, a layer of stony propriety. With her future undecided, Ashura could not help her mind wandering in the direction of marriage. Marrying a Stark would not be so terrible a thing. Brandon was behost to Tully's eldest daughter Catelyn, and Ashura had no wish to be bedded and forgotten, but as far as she knew Eddard was not promised to anyone yet. Politica gain Elia and Roriga the support of one more of the 7 kingdoms, if not even more, considering the web of friendships and betrothals. Robert Baratheon was betrothed to Lyanna Stark and had been a ward of Jon Arryn together with Eddard. With Brandon marrying Catelyn, 4 of the 7 kingdoms bound in friendship or marriage soon. A strong alliance, though she did not know what the impetus for its creation had been. They did not talk much as they danced, exchanging only a few words on the tourney and what they knew of the competitions, but she did not overly mind the relate between them. When the song ended, they separated with polite bows and she watched Eddard move back to his siblings, where Brandon clapped him on the shoulder, handing him a full cup of wine. Ashura moved towards her own table, where Elia was talking to her uncle Prince Luwin, who had been relieved from his duty by Arthur not long ago. Someone cleared their throat behind her, and she turned to excuse herself from them and any further dancing. She recognized the blonde hair and immediately try of her recognition show. Ashura Dane, after all, had never met this blonde stranger. She had been right about his height before, placing him in the same category as her brother or Brandon Stark. So near 6 feet tall as to make no matter whether either case. Ashura was quite tall herself, so the difference was not so great as to create any awkwardness. He had changed into a yellow and dark orange doublet, paired with dark breeches and boots, his Valyrian steel dagger sheathed at his belt. The quality was no worse some landed knights were wearing, with the exception of one thing. There was no sigil anywhere to be seen, which supported his words from earlier today, though I question how he had entered the hall. Small folk, sellswords, and hedge knights were being hosted in Hunter's Hall. "Would you honor me with this dance, my lady?" he said, holding out his right hand and bowing his head. "It would be my pleasure." It did not take much thought on her part to lay her own hand in his and let him lead her back between the other dancers. As the musician next song, they stepped closer together and he placed his left hand on her waist. Even through the pale purple gown she wore the skin was very warm, even more right hand in her own. He was a handsome man and from a distance his hair color could have made him pass as a Lannister had he been clad in crimson and gold instead of orange. Now so close to him that option was dashed entirely, his sharp blue eyes a clear contrast to the typical Lannister green. The callus on his hand spoke of long hours spent with a weapon in hand, and she felt male links move slightly under his doublet. "I must confess, I am a terrible dancer," he said quietly as they swayed and turned to the music, but she disagreed. His movements were relaxed and graceful and not seem to know the traditional steps. She did not fear for her toes. It would not take much practice for him to be an excellent one. "Is that the reason you armored yourself for this attempt?" "Of course. I would never attempt it unprepared." He smiled, easily accepting the friendly jab. Lowering his voice he continued in a conspiratorial whisper, "In truth apparently so fashionable here, I feared I had made enemies by not following suit." Ashura missed a step in surprise, but Naruto turned her near stumble into a graceful pirouette before pulling her close again and continuing their dance without issue. Feel the strength in his arms as he did, the move entirely effortless. Before she could think of what to say he leaned in close, mischief twinkling in his eyes and his breath warm against her skin. "I will not tell if you would kindly look presents here. As you no doubt know, it is not exactly intended." Laughter bubbled up from within her and she could not help but smile. At least this way she could just ask the questions she had and sate her curiosity. "Very well," Ashura said as they continued to dance. "If you would be so kind, so answer my question then." Naruto nodded for her to continue and reduced the spasm slightly. She had noticed him steering them closer to the musicians, where overhearing their conversation would be more difficult for others. A clever ploy to question his exact motives. "Why wager your dagger as you did? If he was not particularly attached to the Valyrian steel he could simply sell it, and make good coin from it as well. Probably would ever be able to gain in a tourney melee." "Why would I not? As you saw, there was no chance of losing it." The half-smile he gave her was filled with confidence, suggesting that he really did believe what he Ashura could find no fault in it, not after seeing him win so easily. "In any case, I wished to compete tomorrow and saw no other way. I confess, testing my steel like the greatest knights does excite me." "You intend to stand as the winner then?" Naruto looked at her playfully affronted. "You wound me, my lady. What other intent could I possibly have?" He twirled her around, stopping their conversation for the music rose to a climax, and then they were close again. Whether his words were some hidden message or not she could not say. "Intent alone will not be enough, I fear, though you are in luck. My brother will not be one of your opponents," Ashura said, throwing a glance towards one of the brothers stood at the shoulder of King Eris, resplendent in white scale. Naruto followed her gaze even as they continued to move to the music. "Unfortunate, really. Meeting the sword of the morning with steel would no doubt be very fulfilling. Arthur can be quite protective. If you continue as you have, he may just pay you a visit." It was a deliberate exaggeration. Arthur could be protective, but this was harmless dancing at a feast. He had never been one to act rashly. "I thank you for the warning, my lady. I shall sleep with one eye open and avoid every flying gauntlet I encounter from now on." Ashura had to chuckle again, keen she was enjoying herself and his presence quite a bit. "There is no need to limit your rest so. Arthur would challenge you out in the open," she said, smiling. All this dancing and talking made her wish for some wine, to interrupt the moment. In the end the decision was taken out of her hands. With a final few notes, the song and their dance drew to a close and they bowed apart. Ashura already missed the warmth of his hands, even if that was clearly Abs knew him after all. "You were far from terrible," she said, in an attempt to keep their conversation going. Among the crowd of dancers, he had been able to pass unnoticed, but if he would no doubt be found out quickly. Then I will hope to exceed your expectations tomorrow as well. Once more he was all confidence. As he turned to leave, Ashura found her hand moving to the sma she and many other noble ladies carried with them for a tourney. Perhaps she was being foolish, imparting hers on a low-born foreign warrior who had not been a tournament conventionally, but she felt like doing so all the same. Elia had said to take the opportunity to enjoy herself. A moment. Quick fingers unbound the purple silk embroidered in silver with the sword and star of House Dane and moved to attach it to his right arm. She avoided his eyes, suddenly feeling surprisingly embarrassed. When she was finished, Ashura stepped back again and met his gaze. So that you remember to exceed them. Naruto's smile was quieter now, less blindingly confident and more hard-earned surety, and Ashura felt her heart beating quickly, on account of all the dancing. His hovered over the ribbon for a moment, and she noted the furious dark red burn scars scattered over his wrist and the back of his hand. I promise to. Ashura watched him turn away and then quickly disappear in the crowd, her eyes unable to keep track of him. Naruto Uzumaki, Freerida in the service of House Glover. The herald butchered his name, but Ashura had no trouble recognizing him nonetheless, his distinctive blonde hair being moved by a stray morning breeze. He rode brown gelding, clad in his yellow brigandine and her favor bound around his right arm, and presented himself to the king and crowd. Steel covered his arms and legs along the bones and a plate gorget protected his neck, but it was quite clear that compared to the other competitors, all in full suit differing qualities, he was the least protected. He is your mystery warrior then? Lara Blackmont asked quietly. Ashura had not been able to hide the fact that she had given her favor to someone when the two discussed among the other ladies in waiting to Princess Elia after the festivities had ended yesterday. She had suffered their questions, as they would have from he were satisfied. Lara especially had been desperate for a look at the man. Well, he is handsome enough, but I question his chances. Ashura was loath to admit that she had doubts as well, not before seeing any actual fighting, but she could see where Lara was coming from. Even from in the gallery it was plain to see that his horse was not only smaller but a rather docile creature besides, a stark contrast to the mean war horses of the other fight. The first few rounds would be dominated by landed knights and lesser lords, with the most prestigious competitors avoiding one round of the format. A function of and the unfortunate reality of having 7 teams compete against each other. In addition, there were competitors that were sitting on the sidelines for now, ready, those warriors that had been eliminated through injury, yielding, or even death in one of the earlier rounds. When the fighters of both sides had arranged themselves on the field, grooms stepped forward and presented each of them with a blunted long axe. Lord Went had declared a melee in the ancient style, a test of true martial prowess regardless of preference, and so the weapons for the duration of the round had by the host. Every competitor was equipped with a dagger as well, to make a stubborn opponent yield if necessary, but besides that they were permitted no other. Naruto accepted the handle of sturdy ash and exchanged a few quiet words with the young man, words that were clearly surprising to their recipient. Instead of the others were doing, he remained close at hand after Naruto answered his question with a placating wave of the hand. Ashura could see him test the feel and weight of the weapon he had been given before bracing it against his shoulder. He was not the only one to take a moment to himself with his armaments, many of the competitors mirroring his actions, though she could see at least 3 satisfied expressions among them. Most likely men have chosen to arm themselves this way in any other situation as well. The 100 yards separating both sides meant little to the spirited destroyers. Even carrying a fully armored warrior, they would cross the distance to meet their op in seconds. Everything prepared, the master of the game signaled for the bout to begin. A horn sounded and the horses rushed across the field. All except one. Instead of spew into a gallop, Naruto threw his reins down to the groom and vaulted off his mount and into a run, the handle of his axe held in one hand and braced against his left. Was he a madman? Had all the confidence and humor and interest he had displayed yesterday just been an elaborate act, a ruse disguising his true nature? Had S for a fool, helped along by the wine? His open-faced half-helm did not hide his face as the great helms and visored bassinets of the other riders did, and for a moment, he looked in her direction, and there was no deceit there, no regret or madness, only the confidence and sharp clarity she remembered seeing in his eyes before. Whatever doubts had been formed evaporated like water in the Dawnish desert. Maybe she was just being foolish, but she chose to believe in him all the same. The crowd had barely even been able to start their hollers and jeers when it became clear that Naruto was incredibly fast on foot. Certainly, there was a gap between riders, a result of not starting at the same moment, but it was not large. Hooves thundered over the field and the riders met with a crash of steel on steel as blunted axe blades impacted plate harnesses. Naruto's opponent was Liao Knight from the Reach with a blue flame on a green field as his device, who was quickly closing in on him. A particularly chivalrous knight may choose to level the playing field in the course of a tourney, but Ashura was unsure if there had ever been a single one that woo self-inflicted disadvantage. Liao did not either, ready to move his axe in a devastating swing as he rode past his opponent. Ashura had to consciously keep her hands from fisting in her dress as she watched Naruto come closer and closer to his opponent. Liao was coming towards right, long axe ready. Even if the edge had been blunted, a swing powered by the charge of a warhorse held incredible force. In the last moment Naruto twisted around, barely avoiding the horse's legs, and allowing him to dodge the swing. The movement putting him on the other side of H. He jumped and twisted around, his own axe hitting the slightly unbalanced Liao in the side of the helmet, denting the steel with a crunch. The move had been unconventional to anticipate and too quick to defend against, so it was no wonder that the Reachman was thrown from his saddle. Naruto landed on his feet and shouldered the axe again, a wild grin on his face. He really was enjoying himself. Naruto looked over the god's eye, distracted from his thoughts by what he was feeling. Even without paying particular attention to his surroundings, he could feel the natural energy emanating from the isle in the middle of the lake. He had heard the St. Green men protecting their sacred grove on the Isle of Faces, but he had mostly thought it to be just that, a story. It was like the gods would inside Harengel, but more potent, if not necessarily more powerful at this distance. The clarity of nature was remarkable, and there was a that wondered what effect that would have on using Sage Mode. But he had no wish to turn into stone. Without the necessary chakra to balance, the natural energy was doomed to fail. The spring weather still carried some of winter's bite with it, especially this close to the water, but Naruto barely paid that any mind. At the wall it had been cold. At all. He heard the footsteps, light as they were on the grass behind him, before whoever it was could say a single word, but he did not turn around immediately. Your star has risen remarkably in such a short time, if you don't mind me saying so. The speaker stepped up to his side. Short and slim, so much so that he could teenager or a tall child, but there was age to his eyes all the same, marking him as older than that. I don't believe we have had the pleasure, Naruto said, turning away from his view of the lake. Light green eyes under a mop of red-brown hair met his own blue shirt of bronze scales under a green tabard embroidered with a black lizard lion. He looked lesser noble than many of the other highborn attendees Naruto had seen. Tony. You are right, of course. The short man sketched a quick respectful bow, before indicating the sigil on his breast. Howland Reed, of Greywater Watch. The last part already known. Memorizing the sigils of the different noble houses was necessary if he wanted to fit in and learn as much as possible, and had come easily enough. Naruto reciprocated the bow and cheekily answered in kind, Naruto Uzumaki, of nowhere in particular. He was still in armor himself, only recently getting out of the melee. Coming out here and away from the tourney grounds had been an attempt to get some time to think. Alone. Though he supposed that a distraction either. Of course. You will have to excuse my interruption, but I could not help but be intrigued. Oh. Which part intrigued you the most? There was a small knowing smile playing over Howland's lips as he turned to look over the water as well, a faraway look in his green eyes. Impressive as your disp was not the cause of my interest. No, I have seen you. In my dreams, you could say. Hearing that instantly soured Naruto's mood, wiping the smile from his face. Dreams again. Prophecy and visions and dreams. He was really beginning to despise quite a bit of willpower not to sneer, though some of his feelings still reflected in his voice. Your dreams, huh? Howland took note of his tone, though he seemed to interpret the discontent for doubt. Not the usual kind, I assure you. I saw glimpses of the future, of many few things to come. You were a significant part of some of them. I'm not in the mood for meandering. Say what you mean to say. His voice came out sharper than intended, but Naruto did not feel like caring either way. Ah. Of course. I only wished to meet. To take my own measure of you, unclouded by memory and sleep. Mayhaps we will speak more some other time. With those Howland turned to leave towards the tourney grounds, not running, but certainly making distance with some haste. Immediately, Naruto felt a bit bad, though not enough to call out to the small lord. There were enough things on his mind already, offending some random lordling near the top of the list. He sighed to himself. He'd search him out later and apologize then, for being rude if nothing else. A few birds circled above, drawing his attention away. With winter passing they were coming north again, leaving the warmer areas further south, in the reach, or maybe he would go there after this tourney was over, Old Town or somewhere further east. This tourney was bigger than he had thought when getting the idea to participate. Politics had never been something he spent much time or thought on. Clan dinner for Shikamaru and Neji and Kiba and the others, not him. As Hokage he would have inevitably been involved in such matters, but that time had not and would neave. What Naruto did know, was spy work. And every instinct he had acquired while training with Jiraiya was making one thing clear: there was a conspiracy here, a SCH below the surface. He just wasn't sure what it was yet. The king was here, the prince was here, a lot of lords were here, but who the root was Naruto could not say. Were all of them involved? How many sides were there didn't know, but did he even really care? Well, he was definitely curious. Either way he would have to be careful while investigating. Too direct, too unsubtle, and he'd end up hounded from the kingdom. Eventually, Naruto started heading towards the tourney grounds again as well. He still had some time until the next round, but there was something else he needed. Grass turned into mud where countless feet had trampled in the last days, and Naruto was forced to weave his way through the thickening crowds of people to make. Hundreds of tents had been erected, for knights and nobles and squires to have some privacy and space when they wished, and to allow work to be done without donning and doffing armor, handling winnings and bets, medical care after injury. Naruto opened the flap of the tent he had been looking for and entered without fanfare. "Any change, Maester?" said Maester was a plump middle-aged man currently hovering over the unresponsive tent owner. The healer did not let himself be disturbed, simply continuing as deftly finishing his inspection in his own time. "No. He has not woken, and likely will not for some time. I just sent his squire for some more water and honey. There is little else I can do for Siliold." Guilt stabbed at him, but Naruto deliberately ignored that feeling. It had been an agreed-upon fight, with the possibility of injury baked right in. The part that both not that he had caused an injury, even a serious one. It was that he had not meant to. Before even getting a spot in the melee, he had decided to use no chakra while competing. No wind, no jutsu of any kind, not even a bit more strength or speed. Competition, a broadly fair one, and none of the others had any access to chakra themselves. It was about skill at arms. Like restricted sparring. And he wanted to against these knights. The strike had been powered by only his muscles and the rotation of the spin. Blunted edge had met steel helm with full force and metal armor had yielded. Naruto continued fighting then, after Siliold had made no move to stand, going for the next opponent with the same ferocity and strength, unaware of the exact residue he had not struck anyone else in the head, or there would have been another unconscious knight lying unresponsive in their tent. Siliold was laid out on a simple straw bed, comfortable enough for a few days of sleeping but nothing particularly fancy. His head had been bound in strips of slightly where axe head had impacted helmet. The steel and the padding underneath had absorbed much of the force, but not all of it, and flesh and bone had remained. "I'll leave you to your efforts then," Naruto said and left the tent again. He felt a bit silly even coming. It was only an effort to assuage his conscience in the first one at that. Either Siliold would wake up, with neck pain and a headache, or he wouldn't. Checking up on the man changed nothing. He did not have to walk far to reach the fighting field, where things had already been prepared for the next round to begin. The wooden viewing stands were only each moment, with a few minutes left until the next match would begin. With his armor still on, Naruto did not need to make any additional preparations, so he looked for his horse to pass the remaining time. He had bought the docile Harrow, where the seller had warned him that it would not serve in a fight, on account of the temperament, but he had never intended to use it for that in the fur. He could admit that traveling on horseback was more comfortable than walking everywhere, but his one experience of fighting a top one in the Red Waste had been him. He felt far better on foot once the weapons were out. Naruto kept an eye out for the other competitors as he walked around the field to where his own as well as most of the other horses had found their place. The ADV surprise he had gained by being unconventional had largely disappeared by now, though there was still some adjusting happening on the part of his opponents, so for other avenues. Preparation was a part of every fight after all. 3 of the opponents had distinguished themselves in the last rounds, and those were the ones Naruto intended to be ready for. Robert Baratheon was not the tallest of the competitors but not far behind and built like an ox to boot. Naruto had watched the young Lord of the Stormland's Unho opponents in the last round alone, the heavy warhammer striking home with awesome strength. It was clearly a favored weapon of the man, and Naruto wondered that knowledge had affected the pick of armaments by Lord Went. Brandon Stark was heir to Winterfell and the North, and Naruto was confident in declaring him the best rider in the melee, though perhaps that was only his own in talking. Once he was on foot, Brandon spent as much time brawling and grappling his opponents as he did using his weapon. Yohn Royce was older than both of the others, though far from being past his prime. Height and build alone made the man a powerful warrior, though that was far thing he had going for him. His bronze armor made him stand out among the competition, which was nothing to say of the markings carefully carved into the mat the first men, Naruto, had learned. Fittingly perhaps, it was a tradition dating back thousands of years among the members of House Royce of Runestone. All three had distinguished themselves in the previous bouts, but they all fought quite differently. The Storm Lord laughed and bellowed taunts over the field as he formatted his opponent, while the other two were more measured, or at least quieter. Brandon had twice surprised his opponent by lashing out with a furious gauntlet, while Yohn Royce overwhelmed others with skill and technique, turning defense into offense with quick ripostes followed by controlled aggression. Still, all three were trained men, confident and capable, as were the other fighters. He would do well not to take any of them too lightly despite his own success. "How are you, boy?" Naruto said quietly, right hand running along his horse's flank. He had never had a lot of contact with animals, ninja dogs and toads being the ever since becoming a sage. He had felt a lot closer to them than before. Of course, his horse did not answer, only moving its head a little in response to his touch. But talking to an animal made him feel less crazy than talking to himself. "Well, are you ready for the next round?" Naruto chuckled to himself. "Not that you will do anything but keep them guessing." Quick fingers loosened the reins for a post they had been tied to, and he turned to lead his horse to the field. The same task was being performed by younger men and boys around him. Some looked as young as 10 while others were nearer his own age. Squires all, for the night, still training and preparing to eventually be granted their spurs. One of them, larger and older than most of the others, wore a tunic decorated with the silver fist of House Glover. Ethan, Naruto thought, if the conversations he spoke true. Squire to Brandon Stark and younger cousin to Robert Glover, one of the few nobles Naruto had exchanged more than a single word with already. He thought about approaching him to strike up a conversation, but this was hardly the time for socializing. There would be time for that in the evening, with wine aplenty. A few of the other riders had already found their way to the field, passing the remaining time by talking with others or checking straps and bindings. By the time Naruto had already done the same. Even if he was still somewhat uncomfortable wearing so much armor in the first place, taking care to do so properly was no different than checking the edges of shuriken after use. Maintaining your equipment appropriately was paramount. In truth, there was one part of wearing armor he disliked the most. Secured to his saddle was a simple steel helmet, the only part he had yet to don. Nothing fancy complicated, just a rounded piece of metal to protect his head from swings or slashes. Yet he hated wearing the thing. Unlike the visored helmets worn by many of the other competitors, the restriction on his vision was minor at best, only impacting his peripherals, but that still suffice happy to lose the thing after every round. Which was to say nothing of the adverse effect it had on his hearing. Every little bit of spy training he had gotten told him that not wearing one was out of the question. He already stood out from the way he fought, and everyone here during fighting, without exception. But he still wanted to. The minutes passed, all the riders assembled and mounted their horses, and then the grooms stepped forward again, weapons for this round in hand. A mace the other 2 times he had never used this armament in a fight before, but he did not let that stop him. Weapons were all alike, in the most important way at least, or even would, to strike and slash and pierce flesh, and kill something that lived. The other riders accepted shields as well, emblazoned with the device of their houses, but Naruto had neither device to emblazon nor a shield to use. Even if he had have denied accepting it, armor was enough of an adjustment. Fighting with a big piece of wood and metal strapped to his arm would only make things worse. Naruto did not even have to say anything for the man that had given him his weapon to remain by his side, patiently waiting to handle the reins once Naruto had that bothered him. Perhaps it was time to change his approach again. Winning while doing the same thing again and again sounded so boring. A flash of purple in his periphery. And win. And to exceed expectations. Decrepit and old-looking, the king raised a hand towards the master of the games, to signal for the round to begin. The nails on his fingers were yellowed and had untrimmed for quite some time, as poorly maintained as the man's tangled hair and beard. If Naruto was honest, the man looked half a corpse, though an angry eyes flitting all around as if any moment an assassin would be revealed to be hiding among the onlookers. Trumpets asked for quiet and the master of the games raised his voice to be heard across the field. In the name of his grace, King Eris, the second of his name and protector of the realm, let these men fight, 7 against 7 to determine the victor of this. A horn sounded, spurs met flanks, and horses rushed forward. For the first time Naruto did not dismount. If his opposite was surprised, Naruto could not see it under the visor, but it did not matter now. Horseman against horseman was not a situation that favored him. These men had trained for years to master, and he had not. For that reason, he had no intention of actually engaging in it. Hooves thundered over the ground, making the distance rapidly shrink, and then only moments remained before both sides would clash. Naruto disentangled his stirrups and crouched on the saddle, reins in one hand and mace handle in the other. The slightest touch on the leather made his horse swerve to the right, widening between him and his opposite slightly. The horses drew so close that only a few feet separated them. Abandoning the reins, Naruto pushed off with his legs, forward and toward his opponent's shield. The silver eagle on an indigo field retreated under the force, and was too surprised to counter the attack. They tumbled to the ground with a shock and a grunt echoed out of the closed helmet. Naruto's free left hand gripped the Malister Lord's right arm by the steel ver, pressing it into the ground to bind the limb. Dropping his own mace, his weight pressing onto the other men by his shield, Naruto forced the visor open and grabbed for his dagger. Valyrian steel met the air. Then the spell-forged blade hovered over one of his opponent's wide-open eyes. A flick of his wrist and the dagger would be buried to the hilt before anybody could yield. The man spat out, trying to move his head as little as possible, eyes fixated on the gleaming edge of the dagger. A moment later Naruto released his grip and sheathing his dagger and taking up the dropped mace again. All of the others were still mounted, horses paired up and pushing for any advantage, steel clashing with steel again and again. He could interfere in any of the mat course, but that was generally frowned upon, even if it was allowed. That suited him just fine. Jason Malister struggled to his knees and then his feet, no longer part of the fighting but still on the field for now. Their impact to the ground had been heavy, but T-War had surely prevented anything but bruising. 2 quick young men were already running over, waiting on the sidelines for just this kind of event, to help the field if possible and get riderless horses out of the way. The quicker that serious injuries were looked at, the better, even if that wasn't the case this time. Naruto saw the moment that Brandon Stark defeated his opponent, mace striking home with all the force of horse and rider both. Cheers erupted from the stands, louder than they had been since the start of this match, the crowd reacting to another display of martial prowess. Brandon continued riding, wheeling his horse around and taking in the situation around him for a moment. Naruto raised his mace over his head, quickly catching T's attention. Brandon returned the gesture in kind and then he reared his horse before falling into a gallop headed right for him. Lowering his stance slightly, knees bent for an explosive motion in any direction, Naruto rolled his right wrist, twirling the mace, ensuring a strong yet relaxed grip. The horse rushed towards him, hooves throwing up sand and dirt with every step, the sound annoyingly muffled by his helmet. The yards separating them disappeared quickly, the distance being closed under the power of the spirited Black Destroyer. Naruto's eyes never left Brandon himself, you with the mount, the danger it presented to him negligent. Naruto judged the distance close enough then and exploded forward. 2, 3, 4 steps, and then he pushed off the ground, twisting in the air, to obscure his aim to turn his body sideways, leg ready to sweep the rider from his mount. His priority was the same as always, get people out of their saddles. Making them yield wit was always a tall task. He had hoped to surprise Brandon with the maneuver, but if he had accomplished that it was hidden underneath the closed-face steel helmet, shaped to give the snarling wolf's head. A mace came towards him, seeking to bury into his midsection, the force surely enough to bruise ribs. Even though Naruto wore armor of his core tightened, muscles flexing to bring his shoulders forward. Brandon swung down and Naruto grabbed for the wooden shaft, fingers closing around the hard, bringing his legs forward as well, folding his body slightly. Legs impacted the oak shield right in the center, all his weight suddenly pushing Brandon backwards and saddle. Without surprise bridging the distance completely, the fall was not as graceful as Naruto had intended, Brandon and him tumbling to the ground in a heap and rolling sand. The heir to the north had experienced this kind of fall more often than the heir to House Mallister had done, or was at least quicker to adjust, fists and elbows struggling wildly and impacting Naruto's own armor. They came to a stop with Brandon on top, wolf helmet slightly askew, denying him part of his vision. That did not seem to impede him much, however, armored limb to barrel down. Naruto got a knee up and underneath his opponent, bracing his shin against the lower part of the breastplate, and with a hand grabbing onto the steel guarding bra, half through half rolled the other man off. With a flexing of his stomach and a motion of his legs, Naruto flipped onto his feet, the added weight of steel no impediment gotten used to it. A quick look around revealed his mace discarded in the sand and 2 quick steps had him armed again. Brandon had struggled to his knees and managed to right his helmet in that time, shield still strapped to his arm, though the wood had cracked, and the steel rim W the fall. His mace had come out without a scratch, the flanged steel head still in place on an unmarked piece of wood. They faced each other again, one of them now short a horse. Then they were at each other, steel cutting through the air and biting into wood. Oak cracked and splintered even more, and Naruto ripped his mace free again, avoid the swing that came to counter his aggression. His blood was rushing through his body, and his breathing started to pick up slightly. He was close, so very close when everything else faded and there was only the fight to be enjoyed. 2 more swings were avoided in the same way, and then Naruto saw his chance. Instead of stepping sideways, as he had been doing, he moved forward. A leg SW. Brandon fall again, his shield to the ground. Naruto stepped onto the inside, binding the hand attached to the wood in place. With his left hand he caught the wild swing coming for his hip and then he swung his own mace. Not for the head, but instead for Brandon's right shoulder. The pow choice but to yield under his strength, steel squealing, and Brandon reflexively pulled on the arm, struggling to free the limb without success. Yield, Naruto said simply. Other fights had drawn to a close as well by now, and people were pairing up again. He wanted to move on. Brandon didn't. Gripping onto his foot with the hand strapped to his shield, he tried with desperate strength to dislodge Naruto's weight. Left and right he pulled and again. It did not work. For a few seconds Naruto did nothing in response, simply watching the ineffectual struggle. A dark whisper was at the back of his mind, born by the sight of Hopel, the memory of Leopold, sprawled on his bed with a bandage around his head. He ignored that whisper, banishing it with a small shake of his head. He could ge thoughts later. Raising his mace again, the threat clear, Naruto repeated himself, louder and more forceful this time. Yield. Just as he was about to bring the weapon down, to crush steel even further, without regard for the bones beneath, Brandon's struggle ceased. I yield, he spat bitterly, rolling fully onto his back once Naruto released his weapon hand. He noticed the sound of hooves behind him, too late react properly, only managing a half step back and a slight turn away. His helmet took the blow as it was Disike head still rang for a few moments, the force knocking him over and into the sand. Naruto caught himself on his hands, the fingers of his left hands closing around a fistful of sand, as horse and rider rode past him. Shaking his head to clear some he pushed himself to his feet, the destrier already turning in his direction again. The antlered helmet made Robert Baratheon even taller than he already was, his size and presence imposing, especially while mounted, but he barely paid that any. Still in hand, Naruto undid the clasp on his helmet and ripped the piece of steel off. At the moment he didn't care that it had protected him from the strike just now, annoyed. Annoyed at taking his first real hit, annoyed at the way the helmet impaired his hearing, and annoyed at the slight trickle of blood weeping from the side of his ear. Serious, but like all head wounds it bled a lot. Robert's horse scuffed a hoof against the sand and snorted heavily. Naruto focused again, mace in one hand and fistful of sand in the other. This was no time for daha. Very good. Robert laughed uproariously and then spurred his horse forward, clearly intent on continuing even if Naruto was no longer wearing a helmet. Tha just fine. The horse gained what speed it could over the short distance between them, and Naruto waited, ready and prepared to make his move. A mace was unevenly weighed to boot, but getting hit with a flying piece of steel would still have an effect. Especially if it was fast enough. With a step forward Naruto threw, mace cutting through the air like a javelin, on a direct course for his opponent's face. Speed made the weapon fly straight and but Robert had been watching him from the beginning. He reacted, though not fast enough to completely block the flanged head with his shield. Then the horse was close enough and Naruto threw with his other hand. Sand distracted the mount just as mace did the rider, allowing him to sidestep the wild and trampling, turn towards Robert, and pull him from his saddle. Robert Baratheon was taller and heavier than him, but gravity affected the man just as it did everyone else, near 300 pounds of muscle and steel falling the sand with a heavy thud. One of the antlers attached to his helmet cracked near the tip and the man's horse squealed in discomfort from the pulling on reins, and Naruto moved in quickly, not giving the Storm Lord any time to adjust. One foot holding down the right arm at the elbow, he unsheathed his dagger and knelt, edge-eye holes set into the helmet. Robert struck out with his free hand, but Naruto caught the gauntlet in his own, neutralizing the attempt before it could accomplish a yield. Naruto insisted. Robert bucked and struggled and pulled, trying to bring all of his considerable strength to bear, but it made no difference. Naruto lowered the dagger an inch, tip-key-colored steel just above the eye. If Robert moved his head too much, he would take out the eye himself, without any further movement from Naruto. That did the job. I yield. Naruto stood and let go in one movement, leaving the Storm Lord on the ground. Sheathing his dagger at his hip, he looked for the thinned-out competition. Their W left, everyone having dismounted for one reason or another by now. With the two men he had just beaten cleared from the field, there were only two others left. Bronze Young Royce was locked into a battle with Sagarth Hightower, maces striking shields more than they did armor. Both men favored a more careful approach, but even Naruto could see the edge in experience that the Valorman held. Taking his eyes off the bout for a moment, Naruto scanned the field for his weapon. His mace was still where it had landed after being deflected off Robert's shield, in the sand that had been thrown up by the man's horse. Weapon in hand, he walked closer to the last battle, horses and men being led off the field around him, to clear the space for the benefit of the onlookers, if not the sea, with nothing else to do but interfere in the duel, which he did not intend. Naruto simply watched, ready to confront either of the two men once their match had gone. He and Sagarth had started on the same side, there would only be a single winner today. Another blow was blocked and deflected, as was the following aggression from the other side. Yon stepped back just enough to evade the next swing, and Sagarth overextended, earning himself a hit in the shoulder, the steel pauldron denting under the blow. The Hightower knight flinched but stood tall nonetheless, though the armors he had been doing was clearly reduced. They continued. Sagarth acquitted himself well, but his opponent was relentless, focusing on the compromised side with all the following strikes and exploiting the advantage that the aggression forced him back, making him retreat one step after another in an effort to avoid further hits. Something had to give eventually, and it was Sagarth's footing in the end. He stumbled, though Naruto could not see from what, and Bronze Young moved into precise strike, disarmed the fallen knight, and the Valorman worked quickly to force a submission by dagger. The crowd's cheers grew louder, celebrating another defeat, and he readied himself to serve the final one. Sagarth was helped from the field, clearing the space for them. A spot of grey among the sand drew Naruto's attention. One of the horses had thrown a shoe in the fighting, the curved piece of metal denying the reach chance at victory. They faced off, a bit more than 5 yards separating them, and waited. This time there was no horse for Naruto to work around, and instead just a straight-up bout also meant that he could not use the act of dismounting his opponent for an advantage. "You do not wish to don your helmet?" "No," Naruto said, shaking his head. The bleeding had stopped already, but he still felt far more comfortable without a piece of steel on his head. The other man ACC words with a simple nod. In moments, a hush had fallen over the onlookers, an expectant quiet setting in, ready and waiting for this final clash. Naruto could admit to himself that he was hopeful, that Bronze Young would be able to offer him a real fight, unlike those before him. On some unseen signal they be moving. Careful, deliberate steps had them circling each other without ever coming any closer. There was no real point in doing so, but Naruto could feel the excitement. Opposite seemed to be on the same page as him, to make this a memorable spectacle for everyone. Still, Naruto had made the conscious choice to circle right. Baiting Bronze Young onto the horseshoe, to trip as Sagarth had done, would in all likelihood not work. Valorman would not expect him to be pointedly aware of the trinket. From one moment to the next they were both rushing forward. The very first step brought some change, a difference in the situation Naruto could not pinpoint. It had in fact appeared. But then there was a mace coming for him and he was in the moment, mind on only the fight and how to win. Bronze Young's shield was more ruined than anything else ripped, and the metal rim bent in multiple places, yet it still protected him well enough. Naruto wove around the other man's weapon, evading 2 quick swings, and then retaliated with a heavy strike that was easily blocked by the shield. The flanged the wood, tearing small chunks off as he pulled it away again and stepped back outside the range of the downwards counterattack. A quick half step forward allowed him to grab for the weapon as Bronzyon was bringing it back up, hand closing around the ush handle just below the head. The out with the ruined remains of his shield, but Naruto turned his body so that the oak hit his shoulder and not his head. Leg extended in front of his opponent, he made to pull Bronzyon forward by his weapon and armor, over the leg and into a tumble to the ground, but the older abandoning his mace to avoid the throw and punching with a now empty gauntleted fist. Adjusting quickly, Naruto twisted further, letting the fist sail past his head and striking out at the man with his own weapon, the wooden handle impacting the back helmet with a crack. Completing his body's turn, he stepped away, outside the reach of a follow-up punch. Whatever effect he had imagined the strike to have, it did not occur, and Bronzyon simply retreated away as well, down a weapon but still equipped with H that confused Naruto. He had not used his full strength, but a hit like that should have dazed the man for a second at the very least, even through the helmet. His reflection of sunlight on the bronze armor, and the runes carved into the surface. They did not flash with power, or react in any other way, but his gut was still attention. Warding from harm indeed. Considering the two weapons he now held for a moment, Naruto threw the newly acquired one to the side, too far away to pick up quickly but not completely out, tantalizingly close in fact, that the prospect of picking it up before one of them was defeated was very distracting. Appealing, and yet an obvious bait. Bronzyon clearly considered it, nonetheless, though he stayed in place in the end. Naruto advanced, keenly aware that he may have to actually exert himself here. They met each other again, mace to shield, but this time there was no opposing W to punish him, only a steel gauntlet. Fortunately, he was far more used to a bout involving fists and legs than he was one with weapons. Avoiding the Valorman's attacks, Naruto continued reducing the shield to dust and splinters, every attack ripping apart the oak or denting the steel rim into an unwreck. He knew what his opponent was trying to do, the path Bronzyon was using while retreating slowly, bringing them closer and closer to the discarded mace, but he happened all the same. His heart was beating quicker now, ramping up. The exchange continued, rising in intensity with every moment, the hits Naruto scored on the bronze armor doing little but scratching the material slightly. Muscles and steel worked together, to counter the greater experience and skill of his opponent. Naruto was relentless, pushing and pushing, forcing retreating steps below. The crowd faded, their cheering and hollering forgotten, and there was only the crash of steel on bronze, again and again. Here he could bring his strength and speed to bear. For every attack the Valorman made, he answered with 2, then 3, then 4. Reality snapped back into place. He was the last one standing on the field, Bronzyon at his feet, defeat on his lips. Too much. Naruto turned to the stands, where people were hollering and cheering for him. He could not enjoy it fully. So close it had been to an actual contest. But this wasn't like fighting Sasuke, or training with Kakashi and Jiraiya, when his heart would beat like a drum, his breathing deep and fast, air burning his lungs on air. These were some of the best nights, and yet it felt like they had no chance against him, no matter their struggle. It tainted the moment, that dark whisper returning of his mind, that this was like pushing around children, like going to first years in the academy and beating them bloody. It took all the enjoyment out of fighting. Naruto bowed to the stands, to king and court and country, and left the field. After 2 hours of eating, drinking, and talking, Naruto was ready for some fresh air. Excusing himself from the latest offer to join some lord's household guard, he his way through the crowd of people towards the nearest exit. A few noticed and then greeted him with smiles or a clap on the shoulder, while others took special seem like they did not even know who he was, much less what he was doing in the hall. The corridors were filled with revelry and celebration as well, warm with the heat from torches, hearths, and countless people. After ascending a few flights of stairs onto an inner rampart, the godswood visible not far away. In the low light discerning the red leaves of the ancient weirwood from the surroundings green was a task, but he could feel the exact position, nonetheless. Winterfell had been huge and incredible. Harrenhal was monstrous and terrible. Whether that was a result of Balrion's flames or something else he could not say. The evening air was pleasantly cool against his skin and the stars and moon were already bright in the sky, quickly drawing his gaze away from the black stone under a dragon's fury. Unbidden, the sight woke a memory in his mind, two shining eyes, a mismatched pair of blue and green. Naruto shook his head, banishing the moment. Half a yes still haunted him. There was a comforting steadiness in the view, nonetheless. No matter where he traveled, the stars did not change. Not at the wall, not here, not in the far east. As they were long before he had come here, and they would remain that way for long after he died. Slippered feet on stone drew his attention and Naruto turned his head in the direction of the noise. "May I join you?" Ashura Dane asked, tucking a lock of dark hair behind her ear. The part of his brain that noted the movement was outmatched by the one that her eyes, purple and twinkling with laughter. Perhaps growing up on tales and around people that possessed dojutsu had affected him in unexpected ways. "It would be my pleasure," Naruto said with a small smile. She joined him, leaning against the stone and looking over the treetops. They remained in companionship a little while, the muted sound of the celebration in the background. Her favor was still tied around his arm and for a moment he considered making that the topic of conversation, but he thought better of it. "I hope I exceeded your expectations of me today," he said, meeting Ashura's eyes again. She hummed, her lips twitching into a smile. "They were quite grand. You were so confident in your victory yesterday, I could not help but adopt those exp well. Winning alone would not be exceeding them, then. I feared that my meager accomplishment would not suffice." Naruto sighed in mock defeat and shook his head. "I will have to do my best another time then." They chuckled, enjoying the merry moment shared between just the two of them. "I had thought to find you sooner, but no one could point me in the direction of your tent." "Heh." "Yes, they would not have," he answered, amused. "When I came to Harrenhal I had no clear plan to participate as I have. Procuring a tent or pavilion was no concern myself with. It had made settling all the accounts after his victory more difficult, but half the men he had beaten had already paid their dues, ransoming back arms and armor. The champion's purse, he had taken possession of a rather substantial amount of gold already. Not that he knew what to do with all that coin yet. Truly. You should take care then, that none can use this chance to lighten you of your new burden." Naruto grinned. "They will not find that to be quite so simple, I imagine." "No. How so?" Ashura asked curiously. "If my lady allows, it would be my pleasure to show you." He held his right hand out toward her, inviting her to join him, his grin growing slightly wider. She considered a moment, searching his face with her eyes, before laying her own hand in his. "I will be in your care then." His eyes wandered upwards, taking in handholds and possible stopping points, whether windows, gargoyles, or other protrusions from the walls. He had not made this side before. To the roof and then further up. Harrenhal's towers were as large in scale as the rest of the castle, though they numbered only 5. The nearest two, King Spire and Widows, were connected to a stone bridge, and were the most central structures of the whole castle, right next to the main keep. "Don't scream," Naruto said, and swept Ashura off her feet. His first jump brought them above the exit they had both used, and the next one followed immediately after, starting their journey to the top. Ashura's breath-hitch arms locked around him in a panic, wildly clutching at his clothing. Not even a dozen jumps later they had reached the building's roof, but instead of stopping, Naruto simply continued going higher, up the widow's tower to the king and his court, as well as the most prominent guests, were being housed in the two connected buildings, in rooms all over the incredibly tall structures. Yet peak, where Balrion's flames had been hottest and most furious, the stone had melted and changed, collapsing rooms and stairs, so that the higher parts wherein they were reachable at all. From the inside, that was. It did not take him long, even with a scared and surprised passenger clinging on for dear life, to reach his goal and pull them both over the half-crumbled piece of that remained of the highest room's exterior. Where there had been windows before, only the sill remained, everything above broken and crumbled away long ago. The former room was large, but half of it was debris and a smooth mass of melted black stone, leaving only a smaller space to stand in near the side. In one of the two corners were Naruto's possessions, his armor, weapons, and everything else he had to his name, all placed into a neat pile with his prize on top, illuminated by the low light of moon and stars. Slowly Ashura relaxed her grip, pulling her face away from where she had been, pressing it into his chest and meeting his eyes. He greeted her gaze with a cheeky "Didn't. I'm impressed." Gently lowering her to the ground, she stood on her own feet again. For a moment silence reigned, and Naruto thought that perhaps he had gone too far, but then her lips began to twitch with barely suppressed laughter that soon was a merry sound, that quickly made him join in her amusement. Their chuckles echoed far in the wide open air, but that did not concern him much. "I can see how someone could find difficulty in getting up here," Ashura said, once their laughter had subsided, looking down into the dark night, punctuated by the torches all over the castle and the tourney grounds. "But trespassing on these grounds? It seems I imparted my favor on a common criminal in truth." She shook reproach in her voice. Naruto played along, a grin fixed to his face. "Common criminal, you say? I would have thought I deserved at least to be called an uncommon one, rare even. It seems your arrogance simply knows no bounds, to steal an innocent maiden and pretend you are better than some brigand," Ashura sniffed, crossing her arms. "I could not bring the sight down with me and was left with no recourse." "I'm sure the princess will understand," he countered, his own smile growing just as hers laughed again, and settled near the window-sill, looking into the night in companionable silence. Naruto had heard of the high tower in Old Town, standing even taller than the wall, with a signal fire at the very top. Apparently, you could see the whole length of up there, though he seriously doubted that claim. Maybe he would try that out soon. The citadel was in Old Town too after all. In Starfall, the highest tower has a view on the western coast of Dawn, where the Torrentine flows into the summer sea, but on a clear day you can see 4 miles B point, out to where the ships seeking port in Old Town or Lannisport are sailing, Ashura said, eyes fixed on some point in the distance. "Perhaps I will be able to see it someday." Naruto saw her glance in his direction before answering. "Perhaps you will." How long they stood there enjoying the sight, Naruto could not say, but he would not have minded if it had been hours. Ashura shivered slightly and pulled her shawl around her shoulders, quickly gaining his attention. Up here the air was much cooler and the wind stronger, easily driving a chill into your flesh without a fire to keep it at bay. Chakra kept him warm even without one was not so lucky. Should we head down again? There is still enough time in the night for another dance. Naruto held out his hand again and she easily accepted, allowing him to begin the way down. He had not paid it any mind before, but with her arms wound around his neck he could very clearly feel the curve of her breasts through her gi. He was keenly aware that Ashura was a very beautiful woman. It did not take long to reach the same rampart they had come from, and Naruto touched down on light feet, bringing them both right to the door that led back inside through the entrance together, the noise immediately even louder and quickly joined by the warmth of the many fires. Just before they could enter the Hall of 100 Hearths, and join the feast again, they were met with an older man in white armor and cloak, a sheathed sword. Perhaps Naruto only imagined it, but what looked like disapproval flashed through the man's eyes at the sight he encountered. Sabaristan? Ashura asked, once it became clear that the night was focused on the two of them. My lady, he inclined his head in a respectful nod. The princess requires your presence, at once. A change came over Ashura in response, thoughts of revelry and enjoyment clearly forgotten for duty and obligation. She turned to him, an apology on her lips, blew a hand to stop her, an understanding smile on his lips. Another time then. The tourney will no doubt supply further opportunities. Sometimes duty called unexpectedly, even for noble ladies. That, he understood. When a mission would come knocking on your door either. Another time Ashura agreed, and quickly hurried off, in search of Princess Elia. The night of the King's Guard, Sabaristan Selmi, if Naruto remembered correctly, remained, only throwing a quick glance at Ashura's back. They both waited a fe silence, the disapproval on the older man's face now blatant and unconcealed, one hand casually placed on the pommel of his sword. Naruto was unconcerned about the unspoken threat, though he was unsure just what he had done to this man to cause this kind of reaction. Is there a problem? He asked, one eyebrow raised, when no explanation was forthcoming. I do not believe we have had the pleasure. Sabaristan simply continued to glower, an angry set to his armored shoulders. It would have been no pleasure, for me. Lady Ashura is a noble woman of high common Freerida. Before the man could continue, Naruto interrupted, an inkling of what the problem was developing. I assure you, the lady took no issue with anything I did. Sabaristan's scowl deepened even further. Keep your distance from now on, or there will be consequences, he eventually said, and turned to leave, unblemished swishing behind him. Who rained on his parade? Naruto thought to himself, unsure just what he had done. And just what have you been doing? Elia asked once Ashura had entered the room. The solar was a warm room, reds and oranges and yellows scattered all around, fire roaring in the fireplace serving to heat the entire space. A flask of wine, most likely a Dornish red, was placed on a low table, with seats that had only recently been used scattered all around. Drained glasses that were on a small dresser off to the side, with two fresh ones on the table in the middle of the room. Curiously, none of the others were in the room, as was the norm. What do you mean? Instead of answering, Elia simply gave her a heavy look, indicating her body. Ashura followed her gaze, and heat jumped up her neck. Her gown was ruffled and askew, as if she had been involved in inappropriate activities. She had not noticed until now, but no doubt the trip up and down the widow's tower was at fault for hurriedly righting the garment. She desperately thought of what to say. Not what it looks like, Ashura insisted, earning herself a raised eyebrow. I did not think so. Join me, Elia said and patted one of the cushioned seats near her. Ashura moved to the seat and settled down, smoothing down her skirts once sharply focused on the folds and lines and what happened to them. She waited patiently as Elia poured some wine for both of them, still unsure just what was going. Whatever had happened, the atmosphere was unusually heavy between them, quite unlike the light friendliness that had grown among all the Dornish ladies that accompanied Elia to King's Landing and then Dragonstone. "How is our champion doing?" Elia began, a small but devious smile on her lips, after they had both taken a sip of the pleasantly sour wine. Ashura should have seen this coming. Her favor had not remained a secret, and neither had her attempts to seek Naruto out after the melee had concluded. "Very just about to dance again when Sir Barristan found me. He is an impressive man." The moment of light-hearted conversation served to settle her, getting her in the right mindset again, her moment of embarrassment quickly forgotten. All of them important things to focus on here, chiefly the realm and its future. "I believe his performance had made that clear already," Elia said, and moved on to the real subject matter. "I met with Brandon Stark earlier, among others. He woo final decision without his father's leave, not on something like this, but he will discuss the matter with his family once they have returned to Winterfell." Ashura's gaze was instinctively drawn to the door for a moment, a response conditioned even by the short time she had spent in the Red Keep. With Lord Varys not in attendance and Prince Luwin guarding the room, they could talk more freely than usual, but caution was still paramount. No one looked Kingsguard for secrets, but King Aerys was already paranoid and suspicious of his son, and some of those thoughts extended to Elia and her ladies. There was no reopenings where there need not be any. Rhaegar had harbored thoughts of a great council for longer than Elia and him had been married, but garnering the support necessary for that endeavor was no prince. His options were limited to promises of lands and titles and honors, to be bestowed once he ascended the throne. Those thoughts had turned into plans a year ago. Dornish forces alone would not be capable of stalling outright hostility when the official announcement was made. Allies were needed, more than they could. Current crown lands would split between father and son, even if not evenly, and they were reasonably sure that Tywin Lannister could be brought to their side, if for no other that it would mean opposing Aerys, but that still left all the other regions unaccounted for. Reach and Riverlands had been staunchly loyal to the Targaryens since the conquest, but that could turn out to be both blessing and curse. Aerys was a Targaryen alike as not. The Reach would simply ally with the father to stand against further Dornish influence in the son's court. Even a century later there was much bad blood enemies. By gaining the north they would make much headway in securing the necessary strength, more so if both Stormlands and Riverlands followed along. Elia leaned in close and spoke as quietly as possible. "In return for the support of the North, and for closer relations, the alliance will be finalized with a marriage. Brother Eddard remains unpromised and the Starks believe in friendship for friendship." Deep down, Ashura already knew what the answer would be before she had even asked the question. "Who, then?" Elia gave her another look and said exactly what she expected. "You and Eddard would wed towards the end of the year, should everything proceed as planned. The friendship between causes as strong as that between us two." There had been offers for her hand before, many of them in fact. Landed knights and minor lords complimenting her beauty and promising riches and strong sons. Answer had always been a polite refusal. It was Elia's duty as princess to arrange the most advantageous marriage for her, and none had met her requirements. Ashura should not have been surprised, and she was not, but somehow it still felt like the floor had disappeared beneath her. Taking another, significantly larger sip, watched the red liquid slowly come together again, flowing down the inside of the glass once she had placed it down on the table. Her house was old and proud. The Danes had been kings of the Taurentine once, until Princess Nymeria had landed in Dawn and forced them to give up their Crow Dawn of today out of the many smaller kingdoms. The Starks had been the kings of winter, ruling over everything north of the Neck for thousands of years, until Teneld to Egon the Conqueror, making them wardens of the north instead. Though Eddard was a second son, he would lack for nothing, and as his wife neither would she. It was a good match, she knew. Better, in fact, than many others she imagined for herself. You do not approve? Ashura shook her head. It is not a matter of disapproval. Eddard seems a good man from what little I know. They had danced yesterday, exchanging perhaps a due in that time. How could she know enough about him to disapprove of the idea from that? She knew her duty, to her family and Elia and the realm. Without the North, they could not succeed. That she would wed was not what was giving her pause, far from it. In the end Ashura had been prepared for that eventuality for years. This was a bit earlier than expected, but she was a woman grown, had been for near 2 years now. Her hand being used in an alliance for the benefit of the royal family was part of being a lady-in-waiting. Had it not been Eddard, it would have been some lesser law whose allegiance was necessary or somehow advantageous. A foreign, common-born sellsword, even if capable, did not hold much weight when armies stood to be gained. A fanciful dream during a tourney. It could never be but. Elia asked calmly. Ashura squared her shoulders. No, there is no but. There were questions on her part, of course, but she would do her duty. Thank you, Ashura. Elia nodded at her, a sympathetic smile on her face, and reached over to give her hand a gentle squeeze. Do not speak of it yet, not here at El. No, you have questions. There will be time for them at Dragonstone. Of course, Ashura said, accepting that truth for what it was. There was always a time and a place. The tourney continued without regard for her thoughts or troubles, which was almost comforting. The other attendees did not know and therefore did not care, sim with their lives as they would. To contrast the martial endeavors of the melee, the second day of competitions contained lighter events. To begin the day, dozens of singers competed with each of their compositions and voices to be judged against their peers. Perhaps Ashura was simply spoiled in that regard, for Rurga often took the time to play his harp at Dragonstone or King's Landing should the occasion allow, but none of the musicians particularly noteworthy. They were skilled, certainly, but the final decision was a close affair, and could have gone either way after hours of decry from Naruto's convincing performance in the melee. Then again, Lara, Alice, and the others seemed to enjoy all of it well enough, as she normally did. They did not know of the plans for her, the secret still kept for now, but she wanted to tell them. Some excitement returned for the day as the horse racing began. Elia's brother Oberyn had a passion for horses, both the riding of them and their breeding as well. Sand steeds he kept near Sunspear taking up much of his time, and he was intent to show their exceptional pedigree here. In certain ways the race was more important than the melee or even the joust. Their personal glory was the reward and coin as well, but good results in the horse tourney as grand as this one could influence the spending habits of knights and lords for years. Sand steeds were generally slimmer and smaller than Adistria, not as capable at bearing both the weight of barding and a warrior in full plate, but they were robust, adjusted to the heat and crossing long distances without water. They made the perfect mount for Dawn, where full plate meant having a terrible time before battle joined, and water needed to be rationed tightly while crossing the desert. Fortunately, neither rider nor horse needed any armor for this event, all the competitors clad in as little as possible in the chilly weather to reduce the weight as could. It only helped that Oberyn was an excellent rider as well and knew his mount like the back of his hand. It was one thing to spend years in the saddle, it was another second your horse would start to tire, to know how long it would need at a slightly slower pace to manage the last yards to the finish at its absolute fastest. However lone in that regard. The Brackens and Riswells had been breeding horses for centuries, even millennia, as had other houses scattered all over the Seven Kingdoms. These families owe riches to the selling and breeding of horses and were understandably invested in any changes or developments. For that reason, they had sent their best to Harengel, though far from all the riders were knights or lords themselves. The horses were the more important part, was free to let whoever they wanted ride for them. A small purse would be handed out to the successful riders, but the future incomes that could be generated through performance would far outstrip that coin very quickly. Oberyn's black steed crossed the finish line in third place, behind a Bracken and a Root rider. A good result, though Oberyn would likely not admit to it for a day at spending his time drinking and complaining about the missed chance at first. Elia had almost been relieved that he had not won, saying that it would have only made insufferably full of himself for weeks. Dragons, stags, and stars exchanged hands in the hundreds and thousands, as bets that had been made on the results were paid out to the fortunate, and now more races followed as late morning turned to midday and then afternoon, as did adjacent competitions. Destriers and coursers completed a course in full barding. Conditioned horses began an hours-long race that was concerned more with stamina than it was speed, and enormous drays pulled heavy weights in teams of two, their incredible strength and training. Ashura could not help but pay particular attention to the last. Starfall had a great need for draft horses, to transport trade goods north to High Hermitage or Blackmont where the Torrentine was impossible to use for transport at connect the different settlements along the southern coast to smaller ports that could reach Starfall more quickly by ship than a cart could by moving along the Roa. Even if she would be the lady of another household in less than a year, she had learned and trained to maintain one at home, with all the intricacies and quirks of lands. In the end, she made a note of the breeders of the most capable beasts, to send to her brother by raven later that day. Alaric and Kerala, his wife, would need to make decisions on the matter themselves, but giving them this information could not hurt. When there was some time available to her, Ashura searched out the September in Harengel. Unlike most of the castle, it was a bright place, built years after Harin the Bee burned in his own hall. Colored glass allowed the sun to shine inside the circular room and torches and candles served to warm the space. Had she been on Dragonstone, she would have visited the falconer and spent some time with her eagle, Morning. Animals had no need to think of politics and plotting great councils, though Ashura imagined that most people did not either. But she was not on Dragonstone, so the gods would have to do. All septs were slightly different, the statues erected to depict the seven varying in minute details between each location, but the fundamentals always remained the statues, with seven faces. Traditionally, she should have prayed to the maiden in thanks, for the marriage offer she was a part of now, but that could attract unrest to her, and she had no doubt that Lord Varys had informants in the castle despite his absence. Instead of lighting a candle at any one altar, Ashura headed towards the middle of the September, where there was space to address the gods in their entirety. She was know what she prayed for, except for everything to turn out well in the end. Would she be able to do this once she was wed? House Stark followed the old gods, and her wedding would no doubt be held in front of the Weirwood in Winterfell. Allow her a September in their seat, wherever that turned out to be. Starfall had a Weirwood as well, though half of it had been burned by Queen Visenya on Vigor more than 200 years ago, in retaliation for the attack on Joffrey Dane during the First Dornish War. As a child, she had sometimes hidden in the small godswood, from Arthur or Alaric or her lady mother, though she scarcely remembered those occasions. Instead are younger memories of finding comfort under the carved white face when Arthur had left Starfall for King's Landing or after her father had passed. That, at least, was something she would have in common with her husband-to-be, though she knew little of the old gods themselves. House Dane may pride itself they had not been left unchanged by the passage of time. The feasting that evening was not as grand as the first celebration to begin the tourney had been, but just like the one last night it did not lack for grandeur in any. From the arbor flowed like water, and course after course was served to feed all the mouths in the hall of 100 hearths. King Aerys sulked in his high seat while those around him did their best to keep some distance, wary of the next bout of sudden rage or hysterical laughter. She caught at the time, but Roriger sometimes said that Duskendale had been the final step for his father. Before there had been a chance of avoiding conflict in the famnal. Ashura sat with Elia and the other ladies from Dawn, just as all the others in the room mingled in their own groups. Northerners sat with other Northerners while Vale sat with those from the Vale. The champions of the day's events had been invited to the high table, just as Naruto had been the day before. Today, he sat with the Starks and their bannermen instead, welcome in the hall as a champion but not invited to sit with King and Prince. She saw him engaged in sea with Brandon, the heir of Winterfell, obviously not holding a grudge for his defeat in the course of the melee. Eddard sat with them, as did the two younger siblings, Benjen. A young squire in green and bronze spoke to the younger two, but at the distance, Ashura could not make out the dark sigil on his doublet. She wondered if Eddard already knew about the arrangement, or if Brandon had kept it from his brother for now, until the final decision had been made. Surely if H would approach her soon. A repeat dance would attract no special attention from anyone, and it would give them the opportunity to talk. Lara sighed longingly next to her, quickly gaining Ashura's attention, and making her turn away from the northern table. He has a beautiful voice, don't you think? Ashura followed Lara's distracted gaze to one of the other tables in the hall, where men and women from the Reach mingled with each other. Specifically, to one clad in the silver, gold, and black of House Costain that had competed as a singer earlier that day. Him. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she tried to think of his name, but her mind had been on other matters and she was unable to recall it. When she remained quiet to attempt to remember, Lara turned to her, wide-eyed and an elated smile growing on her face. You don't remember? An embarrassed blush spread over Ashura's face. She was usually much more attentive and careful, but thoughts about her secretly planned marriage and the Imply loomed large. The young Costain was only a singer, if a talented one, and far down the line of succession of 3 towers, but you could never know when knowing would be essential. Lara smiled even wider, her former interest quickly forgotten for far more appealing prospects. In that moment, she resembled the sigil of her house, a black vulture, human prey in its claws. Black Monts and Danes had warred often in the distant past. Both of their houses had laid claim to a kingdom in the Red Mountains once, with a shared border that had been a matter of many disputes between them. Princess Nymeria coming to Dawn and sending 6 kings to the wall had not simply made those feuds dissolve. Standing united against the attempt at invasion by the Targaryens had been more successful. Besides Elia, Ashura was closest to Lara among the Dornish ladies at court. In King's Landing and on Dragonstone old rivalries had quickly faded into the background. Outward feuds and hostilities were far easier to maintain. The Marcher Lords of the Reach and Stormlands had never approved of the way Dawn had joined the 7 kingdoms under Daeron II, much less their strong pre-court. They would likely be similarly unhappy should Roriger ascend the Iron Throne as things currently stood. That I would live to see the day, Lara said airily, her amusement clear. She took a sip of wine and smiled at her over the rim of the glass. What is next, I wonder? Ashura could not help but roll her eyes. Lara was always playing around like this, when she wasn't batting her lashes at the latest man that had caught her attention. Remembered then. Eamon Costain, that was the singer's name. Naming sons after a king or prince was not uncommon, though it did not always meet with a positive reaction. Eamon has a very nice voice. I wonder, what could have you so distracted? Lara simply ignored her words, obviously judging this new line of thought to be more important. Could it be a cert champion, perhaps? Is that who you disappeared with, at last night's feast? Ashura, she tutted, eyes bright. Suppressing the groan that worked itself up from within her took much control, as did not raising her hand to cover the blush on her face. Ashura simply hoped the many fires in the room would cover the redness. She knew that Lara was only amusing herself and meant nothing by the remarks, but that made hearing them no easier to bear with grace. I should have never said anything about my favor, Ashura said, slightly disgruntled. Lara simply laughed, and she soon joined her. Is there always a new surprise waiting, once one gets to know a little more about you? Ashura asked a day later once the music had begun and would largely draw conversation. Naruto flashed her a grin filled with mischief and continued their dance without interruption. Whatever do you mean, my lady? She knew that he was only teasing her, perfectly aware of what she meant. How is it that a sellsword has to bargain for a place in a melee and yet owns a dagger of Valyrian steel and a dragon bone bow? Naruto had competed in archery that day, presenting the weapon to everyone watching, and making her once more wonder at his exact origin. His performance had as impressive as the one 2 days before, barely managing to reach the second to last round before being defeated, but the weapon had still attracted quite a bit. Ashura knew that she should be more skeptical of his intentions at her angle, but she could not bring herself to accuse him. That he had so easily noticed her on managed to enter the hall without anyone being the wiser spoke to his abilities, spoke to skills of the more unsavory kind, but he did not seem a treacherous man. Naruto leaned in a bit closer. She could feel his breath on her face, appreciate his sharp blue eyes. I had thought that was obvious by now. As you are aware, I am a common criminal in truth, and adept at being where I should not. I judged their owners to have for them, he said, a mysterious smile playing about his lips. You admit to being only a common one, then, she said distractedly, only half thinking about her words. He accepted the counter with a smile and continued their dance in silence. Just when she thought that he would not speak on the matter anymore, he sobered, sly explaining. I was on a ship headed for Volantis when we were beset by pirates. One of them carried the bow and I broke his arm in the fighting. I did not think he should bear it afterwards. There was clearly a wealth of information he was leaving out, but Ashura judged it to be an honest answer, nonetheless. It was the most reasonable explanation for his possession of the item in any case. She had seen his prowess in the melee. Gaining a valuable weapon by defeating owner was a common enough tale. Houses had spent fortunes to gain heirlooms from Valyria in the past, but those weapons had not always remained with their buyers. The Ironborn currently claim steel swords, Red Rain and Nightfall, but both had been gained after battle with their former wielders. Dragonbone was less valuable than Valyrian steel, though it was still very rare. The Dothraki were said to treasure the material for bows in particular and were willing exorbitant prices in slaves and plunder, so those that had existed in the Seven Kingdoms in the past had largely been moved to Essos over time. And your dagger? Did you happen upon it in similar fashion? You could say that. Ashura knew he was evading to answer fully, but she did not begrudge him that. It seemed a personal topic, and digging for the truth now would only make the air be unnecessarily heavy. She simply nodded, accepting the answer he had given, and they continued to dance to the music. Though it was only the third time they had danced, Naruto had clearly picked up on the steps from around them quickly. Purple on his right arm caught her eyes around each other for a moment before coming together again. By rights, Ashura should have taken back her favor from Naruto, now that her hand was promised to another, even if no one else knew of the arrangement. Dancing with her intended, getting to know him as much as she was able, while this opportunity to do so lasted. But she did no such thing, and the silver embroidered silk remained bound to Naruto's arm. Potential rumors entered her mind. How this would be seen, in weeks, moons, years. Perception could be a powerful thing and impact your image more than reality did not care. "Do you intend to compete tomorrow?" she asked eventually, when 2 songs had passed in companionable silence between them. The jousting would last for 5 with the same number of champions, the 4 sons of Lord Went and his brother, Sir Oswell of the King's Guard. "I'm afraid my limited ability at mounted combat was already stretched thin in the melee. I would only make a fool of myself in the attempt." Well, he was no knight in the end. She would not put it past him to try despite that, but there was little room for an inventive approach to jousting, less than 4 case. It was a matter of training, of riding well and aiming your strike precisely. Timing the drop of the lance correctly was no easy feat, though luck could certainly compensate for a lack of skill, especially in the beginning. As in the melee, the first day of jousting would be filled with the attempts of younger men still fresh to their spurs, or bolder ones unaware of the toll staying chum than a day could extract. Sir Oswell would manage it for 1 or 2, Ashura did not doubt, but 5 consecutive days of jousting without a single loss would be a tall task for even the best, much less any real one. Arthur, Sir Barristan, Sir Lewin, Oberyn. As far as she knew, none of them would begin competing before the 3rd day. Ashura wondered if Eddard would compete at all. He had been fostered with John Arryn at the Eyrie, and the Vale enjoyed tourneys near as much as the Reach, but he was no knight. That would not bar him from entering the lists tomorrow or the days after at this tourney, however. Brandon had participated in the melee, and would perhaps do the same for the joust, but she knew well that brothers were not always alike. "Are you all right, my lady?" Naruto asked, breaking her from her thoughts and bringing her back to the present. His scarred left hand was pleasantly warm. "Even yes. Of course," Ashura answered, heart growing heavy. On the 2nd day of the joust, a mystery knight appeared in the lists, a smiling weirwood emblazoned on his shield. When the man cantered forward and dipped Eris, Ashura searched the other onlookers for Naruto's distinctive blonde hair. But no, it could not be him. The mismatched armor looked slightly too big for its wearer, and even that was still too small for his size. She found him then, mixed into the crowd of onlookers. Naruto noticed her gaze and turned his head. Ashura was aware of the unbidden smile on her lips. What a fool she was being. She would be married to another in less than a year. There would be threats, possibly even battle, during their attempt to call a great sea replace Eris as king. This was not a time for flights of fancy, for wild imaginations of a version of events where things were different. The realm needed her. Only dancing. It would be nothing more, Ashura told herself as she turned to watch the jousting. It could not be. This was no song. They needed the Northmore man, more than any one person needed to get what they may or may not want. Why then, did she feel so unsure? It was not just a gut feeling anymore. Something was definitely going on at this tourney. Unfortunately, Naruto was pretty sure that he didn't know enough to fully extent of whatever that was. That the different lords had hidden motives was obvious enough. People usually didn't do things without them, not when they had anything to do with politics at least that well enough after Pain's attack. The clans, the council, all had wanted someone to be Hokage. Usually someone that would look favorably upon them in partic. The question was just how many plots were running next to each other here. Every house and lord had their personal interests, but things did not stay so simple. Friendships, old feuds, Naruto could draw on the history he had learned for some information, but it was not the same as being intimately involved in the present. Who mingled with each other? When did people act honestly? With whom did they stand on ceremony? It was all valuable information. Naruto wasn't even sure what with the complete picture once he understood it better. Reveal what he knew to the next best lord. Perhaps there would be a good life for him in that, somehow, but he doubted it. He didn't know most of these people, not even a little bit, and depending on good W sounded like a quick ticket into some dark dungeon. Better to keep things to himself for now. Naruto was sure about 3 unaligned factions, but how many more there were, was difficult to determine. There was whatever Ashura was a part of, the cause Th at the castle worked for, and then the alliance between some of the attending lords. It could be a coincidence, of course, that 3 of the great houses in attendance connected in some significant personal way, but he doubted that very much. Every day, Naruto had seen at least half a dozen ravens come and go, messages tied to their legs. Who was messaging who, he did not know, but that this much in being transmitted at all said that not all the relevant people were even at the tourney. The maester of the castle may send and receive the ravens, but Naruto was under delusion that that meant anything regarding the actual recipient or sender. Maesters were people too, susceptible to bribery, threats, or a simple moment of inattention, no matter their oaths of servitude. Of course, ravens did not necessitate a conspiracy, used as they were for most communications over a longer distance. They were simply convenient, just as mess had been for Konoha. Naruto had never been particularly interested in that in the past. The hawks were a tool the village had used, and of no particular concern to scroll they carried had been. But now he was faced with an undecided future and the means to undertake near everything that grabbed his attention. The champion's purse alone had made him single day than he had ever been before, but gold by itself was of little use to him. He wanted to see the high tower, and the citadel was probably the biggest source of knowledge on the continent. Herb law, ravenry, finances, even medicine. Their shortage of interesting subjects, though how long his enthusiasm would hold without a teacher as attentive and insistent as his last, Naruto could not say. Well, there were days yet to make a decision. For now, there was a last bit of jousting to watch and enjoy. Admittedly, he knew little of the mechanics and necessary skill, but the concept was easy enough to grasp. Use your lance to push the other rider out of the saddle mounted yourself. A bit restrictive for his tastes, but Naruto could see the appeal. More interesting even than the jousting itself was the mystery knight that had entered the lists in the afternoon. It wasn't a prank exactly, but it was certainly a Kin could appreciate. Finding out who was hiding beneath the ill-fitting armor would not be easy at an event as expansive as this one. There were hundreds, even though possibilities, and he did not know most of them. A horn sounded and the riders spurred their horses. Lances held to the sky, they rushed forward, shields held to deflect their opponent's strike up and out. For all th ceremony each round passed nearly in the blink of an eye. Both horses were spirited and well-bred and cleared the distance separating them in seconds. Lances came down, only moments apart, and then wood crashed into it was over as quickly as it had started, horses passing each other without stopping, but only one rider remained fixed to their saddle. The crowd cheered loudly, for Strike and the third win for the masked rider. The downed rider remained lying in the sand, though Naruto could hear the pained groaning of developing bruising, marking the son of House Free as alive, if not you, as the Mystery Knight reached the end of the simple wooden barricade dividing both sides of the joust. The man's horse slowed to a trot, and then came to a stop. Touch on the reins. A deep bow to the stands elicited even louder cheering, far outstripping the reaction all three of the knights the masked rider had beaten had he owned successes. In the span of 2 days, 5 champions had turned into only 3. The other 2 defeated knights, a Hague and a Blount, waited at the sides, their losses not even 2 hours passed, while the defeated Free was helped up by his square man. Jousting armor was heavier and more cumbersome than the normal kind, but also thick enough to prevent serious harm. Even when taking a lance to the armor and horse were forfeit now, of course, spoils for the Mystery Knight's purse once their owner paid their price in coin. Still mounted, the new champion turned to the 3 defeated knights and raised an arm for quiet. Keep your armor and horses. Teach your squires honor. That shall be prize enough, the masked knight's voice echoed out of the helmet. Judging by the looks the aforementioned squires were throwing each other, they knew exactly what the rider was talking about, though the actual jousters did not seem so well informed. All 3 knights accepted the terms quickly enough, no doubt glad about not having to pay for their loss in gold. The crowd cheered again, loud and lusty, and nah help but join in their celebration. He looked around, taking in the different onlookers. The stands were organized in order of importance, with the king and prince in a slightly elevated viewing box. Lord chosen to join them for the day. Still, all manner of people had found a spot to watch the proceedings and were making their opinions known. Ashura sat high up as well, clapping politely while in conversation with another lady next to her. His roaming eyes landed on the decrepit king for a moment. Usually a sorry sight, the lack of care the man had for his own health more than apparent, but now there was more than just suspicion joining that impression. The king saw an enemy before him. I'll find the man before the sun rises. Robert boasted and downed another cup of wine. It was already the man's third, at this table. How much he had consumed beginning Naruto shuddered to even think about. He enjoyed wine too, though Kurama made it near impossible for him to get drunk, even asleep and incredibly weak as he was, but the Storm Lord took it far beyond. Then I will do it before the hour of the wolf. Richard Lunmouth was near as drunk as his liege lord and just as excitable. They had been talking about the jousting of the day, and their fortune or misfortune in betting on the winners until now, when the topic of the Mystery Knight had been. Naruto had mostly remained quiet, content to let the others voice their opinions on the rider's identity, only chipping in now and again to stir the pot a bit and settle the latest conclusion as best he could. Eddard, Benjen, and Howland seemed to have caught on to what he was doing, but they played along silently, hiding their smiles in their cups. Naruto was stopped by a tap on his shoulder before he could throw in another distracting piece of information. He looked to his right, where Lionel Stark sat. Point, there is someone here for you. Turning around, Naruto stepped out of the bench once he recognized the bandaged head. Saliold, you truly are better then. The Reachman still looked pale and a bit haggard, from spending days in bed without getting much sustenance no doubt, on his legs at all spoke well for a full recovery. Yes, the knight nodded stiffly. I do not want to take up your time. I am here to pay for my loss. Naruto raised an eyebrow, slightly confused. I already told your squire. I don't intend to take coin from someone I nearly killed by accident. Saleold squared his shoulders, a stubborn set to his brow under the clean bandage, and reached for a small clinking pouch at his hip. But you did not, and I hear of partaking in charity. I will pay the fair price for my loss. For a few moments Naruto thought of continuing to refuse. Bad enough that the bloke could have killed the man unintentionally, but there had been no fairness to T from the start. These were civilians, even if they knew how to fight, with no chance against him alone. But then even civilians could be and were proud of their lives and accomplishments. If you insist, he said eventually, accepting the weighty purse of coins. His business concluded, Saleold turned and left, a slight stiffness to his movements but nonetheless. With a chuckle and a shake of his head, Naruto pocketed the purse and sat back down on the bench. What was that about? Eddard asked when he had taken a sip of his wine. Just some unfinished business from the melee. These two get any closer to an actual plan of action? The two men from the Stormlands were forehead to forehead each other, though Naruto did not think there was any real chance of violence. No. Eddard shook his head, quietly amused. He was not as expressive as his older brother Brandon, but Eddard, Ned, was not so bad. Under the stony exterior at continue as they have, Robert will have to find this night the moment he steps outside the hall. That settles it. Robert roared, attracting the attention of not just them but the whole table, and a few at those nearby. We are going now. Naruto saw Liana twitch slightly in his peripherals. She and Robert were betrothed, as he had learned, but even with only the table between them they had not spent than a few words with each other. Whether it was on account of the age difference or something else, he did not know, but they seemed little more than strangers to him. The Storm Lord stood and drained the wine he had only just refilled his cup with in a single pull. Sir Richard followed right along with his half-empty one, while the somewhat less enthused. After a bit of thought and a glance at the high table, Naruto stood as well. People were mingling outside of their tables now, and as some were dancing to the music, looked to be deep in conversation with Princess Elia, and there were hours in the night yet. Brandon followed after a moment, while Sir Richard and Robert were already walking towards the great doors. Eddard and Howland and the others stayed seated, content to amuse themselves with wine and conversation instead of searching the night for an unknown person. Liana stood as well. Then, I think I will retire for today. The evening has grown late. After a few good nights and raised cups, the three of them left the keep together, following Robert's drunken and audible lead at a small distance. Naruto felt a bit like an intruder between the two siblings and debated lengthening his stride to catch up with the other two and their drunken antics, but just as he excused himself, Liana addressed him. Do you intend to compete in the joust, Naruto? No, much as I might enjoy the exercise. I'm no knight, and I have never even held a lance, much less tilted at anything. There would be little point in doing so. Looking towards Liana allowed Naruto to see the sideways glance Brandon sent him. He could not hide the grin on his face. There is no need for your brother to Liana turned to her brother with a grin of her own. See, I told you. No need to fret. Funny. Hilarious, even. Once they had left the keep, they separated, Brandon accompanying his sister to the tourney grounds and her tent, while Naruto looked after them for a bit. He could quiet conversation they began as they walked away, but he saw the moment Brandon threw an arm around Liana's shoulder. She flinched slightly when his hand to obviously tender spot on her arm and carefully moved his hand a little lower. Curious, very curious. Naruto turned away and went to catch up to the two Stormlanders. Torches lit the night inside the castle, but he barely needed to see to find his way, stumbling, loud talking making the right direction more than clear. Robert and Richard passed a wineskin between each other as they roamed and stumbled around the castle grounds without a plan. All in all, it was an amusing sigh. His inner clock told him that more than half an hour had passed when walking around wildly was replaced by an actual idea. The half-drunken explanation sounded intelligent to him than it clearly did to the two men, judging by their growing enthusiasm, but he followed the call of, "To the Godswood, anyways." Brandon found them just as they neared the walled-off forest, a grimace coming over his features once the plan had been shared with him. Both Stormlanders headed inside without fanfare, but just as Naruto and Brandon were about to follow, Robert turned back towards them, another idea shining in H. Wait here. We will flush out this man, right into your arms. Naruto hoped that no one had been using the Godswood for prayer or simple relaxation, since the peace and quiet inside was about to be disrupted entirely. As the drunken conversation faded away, Brandon began to tap his foot, arms crossed in front of his chest. Whatever was on his mind, he did not seem inclined to. Naruto did not attempt to weasel it out of him. Minutes passed in relative silence, the sounds of celebration in the background now and again interspersed with a few loud exclamations from the Godswood. Other people passed through the courtyard now and again, in pursuit of pleasure of one kind or another, and he could see the way Brandon's eyes trailed after them. The women. The heir to the north had obviously expected something else than guard duty when he had stood to come along for this search. It took two more groups of people passing by for him to reach his limit, and when the opportunity presented itself in the form of two serving girls hurrying through courtyard and towards the keep, Brandon took it. Absently, Naruto compared the heir to the north to Kiba in his mind. He had never seen much of it himself, but the Inuzuka had gained a reputation for chasing ski. Naruto could also admit that he was growing a bit bored himself. This is pointless. I'm leaving. I think I'll wait a bit longer. Have fun, Naruto said in answer and gave the northerner a knowing smile. Oh, I will, Brandon said and began walking away, on the prowl. Naruto chuckled quietly to himself and leaned back against the black stone wall. Even without standing inside the Godswood directly, he could feel the peaceful air be mortar and stone. Mount Myoboku had been similar, a place of free nature, with a presence all its own. There, it had made natural energy easier to detect and use, both incredibly used to be a sage. It made thinking easier for him, calmed his mind and allowed him to look at things with care and attention unlike the norm. Unbidden, his thoughts wandered to Ashura. Even if she had said otherwise, he knew something was bothering her. A cloaked figure just barely passed through the light of a torch at the entrance of the courtyard, a large flat bundle carried under one arm. He took a step back, hid the shadows of the wall surrounding the Godswood, and watched. As they carefully crossed the grounds, they took care not to look like they were checking their suit. Naruto could see the subtle movements of the head even under the concealing hood. The height fit, as did the walk, but that alone was not quite enough to reach a final conclusion. Naruto had never intended to openly unmask the Mystery Knight in the first place, only coming along to enjoy two drunken nobles attempt and fail to do the same, not mean that he was not curious or invested in knowing for himself. They drew closer, their goal the gate to the Godswood, and Naruto didn't need to think long on what he would do. Just as they were about to enter through the gate, he stepped close and placed a hand on their right shoulder. The flinch that earned was not only surprise, but dispain as well, just as he had expected. Naruto was sure, then. I wouldn't do that. Not today, anyway. Without the large helmet distorting her voice, speaking was dangerous, so she remained silent, looking at him through the veiling shadows cast by her hood. Naruto knew a prankster when he saw them, and this close he could guess just what the object hidden below the brown cloth under her arm was. The shape alone enough, now that he knew. They are still in there. Do what you must tomorrow, if you don't intend on being found out, Naruto continued, nodding his head at the godswood behind them. What, she sputtered before clamping her mouth shut, for a moment too surprised to keep her silence. Go on. He gently pushed her in the direction she had come from. I won't tell a soul, you have my word. She took a few steps and then turned her head towards him. Her face was hidden from view, but he could almost see the grey eyes and dark hair in his mind's eye. Thank you. With those quiet parting words and a small bow of her head, she hurried away again, into the shadows and out of the courtyard and castle. When Robert and Sir Richard stumbled out of the godswood after nearly an hour of ineffectual searching, Naruto was still leaning against the gate. They had soberia the wineskin they had taken emptied some time ago. When they asked him about his post, he could not help himself. No man tried to pass this gate while I waited. They accepted his words with disappointed grumbles and left to continue their search, an endeavor he excused himself from. An opportunity to dance was waiting the next day. No mystery knight appeared in the lists to accept challenges, and the king sent out his son to locate the man. But no knight could be found anywhere, and only a shield painted with a laughing weirwood hanging in the godswood remained at day's end. Hooves thundered, lances cracked, and then Sir Arthur Dane hit the ground, defeated. Prince Roger continued riding, resplendent in black plate, and circled the field, gauntlet raised and waving to the cheering crowds. Brandon grumbled something unintelligible next to him, but Naruto knew what it was about even without having heard the words. The heir to the north had only Dew Prince himself, in one of the last tilts, and had bet a golden dragon against him in this one. Naruto accepted the coin with a grin. He had been invited to watch today's jousting with the Starks, and there had been no reason for him to refuse them. Light NI purse slightly was just an added benefit. In front of them the field was being cleared and prepared for the last encounter of the day. Care for another wager for the last tilt? No. I'm going to trust my better judgment for once and not lose another dragon to you. Shame, Naruto said with a grin. Flipping the coin once, he made it disappear up his sleeve and settled in to watch. The final tilt began with fanfare appropriate for the event. Roger in black and Sir Barristan in white, both riders rode forward to hollering and cheers. Their lance 12 feet long, and painted in the colors of their respective wielder. For the second time today, the prince faced off against a Kingsguard knight. A horn blew and then the jousting began for a final time. Both riders spurred their horses, shields up and ready to deflect their opponent's blow. 4 lances were broken on both sides before one of them gained the upper hand. The knight of the Kingsguard fell to the black wood, pushed out of the saddle by Tip, while the prince remained our horse, now the final winner. Sir Barristan hit the ground hard, sand thrown up by the impact with the ground. Naruto felt no great sympathy for the aging knight, not after Sir Barristan had acted as he had towards him a few nights ago. Prince Roger continued, circling the field again and waving to the cheering crowd. At the end of the field, he was presented with a new lance, a garland of blue rother tip. As champion of the joust, he could now crown his own queen of love and beauty, though there was no great mystery to be unveiled here. The prince was after all. The crowd grew louder before settling into expectant quiet, as the black destrier walked along the stands. When the prince rode past his wife, the atmosphere shifted from one moment to the next. Confused and surprised murmurs rose among the onlookers while the hoe forward at Roruga's beckoning. Naruto felt a sense of foreboding tension develop, a feeling that only heightened when the prince stopped his horse right in front of him. Roruga dipped his lance a wreath of roses in Liona's lap. "Lady Liona, I would name thee my queen of love and beauty," Prince Roruga said, with a dip of his head. Naruto could not see Liona's expression as she accepted the laurel, flanked as she was by her brothers, but he could feel the tension snap all the same. He was inexperienced with all of these people, their relations and plots, their motivations and goals, but even he knew that this was near scandalous. But those thoughts were for another time, for a moment when there wasn't someone right next to him taut with anger and ready for violence. Brandon looked. Naruto saw the exact moment the heir to the north decided that he didn't care about any consequences. One hand clamped down hard on Brandon's right shoulder while the other wound under his left arm, binding the limb. He struggled against Naruto's hold on him. Rabid anger could not overcome the difference in strength between them. "Don't be a fool," Naruto hissed as Roruga took up his lance again and urged his horse away, leaving chaos behind. Maybe he didn't understand nobles and courts attacking the crown prince was a sure way to make violence happen. A lot of bloody violence. "Unharmed me," Brandon growled, continuing to struggle. "I won't stand for this." Someone barked out a laugh that had nothing of humor in it, and the crowd of onlookers fell into hesitant, careful applause, but that did not stop Brandon. "And I'm not asking you to," Naruto answered, unyielding. "But go about it with some thought. He knew well what anger did to you, when your vision went red, and nothing but the target of your ire." Maybe Brandon had no tailed beast sealed away inside of him, but that did not mean there would be no collateral damage to his fine, the heir to the north said eventually, ceasing his struggle. Naruto unhanded him after another second of stillness. Brandon was clearly still angry, but at least seemed like he would grab for a sword now. He turned to leave, beckoning his siblings to follow his lead, and Naruto watched them all clear the stands. More transparent onlookers were looking around in just what had happened, while others varied between shock, calculation, or carefully hidden anger. Naruto wasn't sure if what had just happened had been part of the plots or only meant to disrupt them. The Starks left the tourney that same evening, none of them appearing at the night's feast. With the tourney at an end now, and everyone that had not already left ready to do so soon, the grounds were left near empty in the late morning. Naruto was no different, his horse ready and all his belongings stored away in saddlebags or the pack he carried himself. Yet he lingered near the outskirts of the two and passed the time flipping a kunai in one hand. One of the two royal parties had left not even an hour ago, but the other still remained, sorting out whatever it was that had not been taken care of until now. Horses, wagons, and carriages were arranged nearby, all in the final stages of preparing to leave, final counts being done to ensure that everything was where it would be. A figure in purple and white began to trek towards him, skirts hiked to keep them from trailing in the dewy grass. Naruto smiled as Ashura came closer, and expressed her own face. "I hope your sleep was untroubled, my lady," he said, once they were standing only a few feet apart. Naruto wanted to ask what trouble had been caused by the events following the final tilt, but he did not. Ashura would certainly be well informed, but whatever mat hanging over her head had clearly disappeared, and Naruto had no wish to reinstate it there, unintentionally or not. As much as circumstances allowed, she answered. He wasn't often unsure what to say, but this was one of those times. "I hope you enjoyed the tourney, nonetheless." "I did." Ashura smiled and tucked a lock of hair behind an ear. Where do you intend to go now? Old Town, and the Citadel. She looked surprised. Surely you do not intend to become a maester? No, no. Nothing of the sort. Naruto smiled at her. I have only a mind to learn, for the moment, and there is no better place to do so. A few moons, perhaps a year, and afterwards. Where will you go then? He had not given that much thought until now, content with planning in shorter terms at the moment. In Konoha he would have gone from mission to mission, but none of those here, so he had to make do by himself. Wherever the wind takes me, I suppose. Naruto shrugged. They remained like that for a few quiet moments when a collection of horses came riding from the castle. They both knew their time was coming to a close. Ashura seemed to decide something then, after a moment of thought. Meeting his eyes, she leaned close, and pressed a short, sweet kiss to the corner of his mouth. Retreated, her eyes nearly seemed to glow and her cheeks were flushed prettily. Should the wind ever take you to Dragonstone? With those words and one last lingering look, Ashura turned to leave, returning to her party and their prepared departure. Naruto's eyes remained trained on her retreating back as she crossed the field, trying his best to ignore the flips his stomach was doing. He watched their party begin their journey, one hand resting on his horse's flank, and he continued to watch until they disappeared in the distance. His attention shifted to his right arm, where Ashura's favor was still tied. He had been planning on returning it to her today. Dragonstone, eh? Judging enough time to have been wasted, Naruto swung himself into the saddle, his goal not Old Town and the Citadel quite yet, but instead the Isle of Faces. Finding someone with a boat took nearly an hour, and haggling with the stubborn old man felt like it took nearly as long, though it was only minutes in truth. His horse left behind as collateral and the boat owner a silver stag richer, Naruto began paddling across the God's Eye, his belongings packed into the little boat. The closer he came to the island in the middle, the more he felt the impression of natural energy he had gotten from the shore. Pure and powerful it flowed there, why the only thing he could feel now that he was so close. He did not know how or why, but it felt like hundreds, even thousands of eyes were watching him right now, carefully taking in every move he made. When Naruto stepped onto the Isle of Faces, a shock traveled through his body. Before he could understand what had just happened, a figure appeared from between a weirwood mask with a snarling face stared at him, with wooden antlers a foot high rising above it, pebbles and leaves bound to them by strings. Even with that in, Naruto was taller than the person and near twice as wide at the shoulders. Moss and leaves decorated brown and green robes, concealing the body except for the other material was made to look like shimmering embers were still alive in the cloth. Not another step, warrior. This land is sacred, meant only for those with express permission. You do not have it. The voice flowed with the syllables, almost like I understood them all the same. He thought it feminine, but somehow it could have been that of a man just as much. Naruto shivered for some reason, a foreign sensation making itself known all over his body. It was not truly weight, but it pressed against him, against his presence, trying to get him to leave. He was not so easily dissuaded. How do I get permission then? You cannot. Destruction follows in your wake, even accepted as you are by the trees. There is no place for one like you here. Be gone. With those words they turn again. The pressure strengthened, making his knees buckle and his head pound. Naruto gritted his teeth, and stubbornly continued to stand. Oh! The wooden mask turned towards him again, the leaves and pebbles hanging from the stick antlers rustling slightly when their wearer tilted their head. You indeed. But that alone is not enough. Should you ever open your third eye, return here, and you will be welcomed. Until then, this place will not allow your presence." It was difficult to make out all the words through the hammering in his skull, but he managed it somehow. When the masked figure turned again and disappeared, eye cast by hundreds of close-standing trees, the pressure on him lessened, allowing him to breathe freely. Naruto dropped to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut and gulped down air like every breath could be his last. Sweat had gathered on his brow, even during tea of struggle, and he wiped it away with a short grimace. There was power in this place, of a kind he did not understand. But it was more than clear that he could not win as he was, in a battle of strength. This was old, and nothing he had ever seen or experienced. "What is a third eye anyway?" he muttered to himself, but no answer was forthcoming. Getting on his feet again, he stepped back into his boat, and slowly began paddling back to shore. Perhaps the citadel would know that too. Outwardly Elia was unruffled, but inside she burned. The remaining hours of the day, after the jousting had concluded. The day that followed, to end the tourney and see all visitors off to the road. The days on the Roa Maiden Pool. The day on ship. For all of it Elia acted largely as she would have had nothing at all occurred. But the truth was that she was frustrated and upset and angry. No, she was not just angry, she was livid. Moons of careful planning, destroyed in seconds, in one thoughtless moment. Just thinking back to it threatened to overwhelm her again. The moment had replayed mind over and over again. That damned garland of roses landing in the stark girl's lap, the atmosphere in the stands rapidly plummeting, and the implications of W occurred forcing their way to the forefront. Oberyn had raged and spat obscenities and insults in the privacy of her solar, but she was more like Doran than him, and less inclined to be controlled by her temp being pushed to her very limit, nonetheless. Even controlled as Elia tried to be, her patience had nearly completely disappeared. Every little inconvenience and annoyance threatened to make her boil over, to you frustrations on the nearest target. Ashura's pining, which should have amused her, nearly blinded her with hate. She had seen the two of them together, on the last day of the tourney, seen that tender little moment at the end. For a moment Elia thought she would have accept proposal from the worst of criminals, if only to get some black satisfaction from ruining something good herself. But she was better than that. Lashing out wildly was beneath her. She was a princess of Dawn and the Realm, a daughter of House Nymerus Martell. Only one Perso be the target of her ire. When they arrived on Dragonstone, the handmaids and wet nurse were already waiting for her. And for a few minutes she did not think of princes and great count of her marriage. Rhaenys had grown well and gurgled happily when Elia took her in her arms. It had only been weeks, but it seemed to her that her daughter had been unrecognizable in that short time, with all the growing that had taken place. In the privacy of her own mind Elia was grateful that there was so little of Rhaegar in their daughter. Rhaenys looked like a scion of House Martell. This at least woo from her. She could only put things off for so long, however. The confrontation had been brewing for more than a week now. Handing her daughter to the wet nurse again, Elia began walking the hallways of the old Targaryen stronghold. She did not have to walk far. Her own chambers, and both located in the Stone Drum, the massive tower serving as Dragonstone's central keep. Sir Jonathan Hordari and Sir Arthur Dane stood guard outside the Solar. Her uncle Prince Lewin had been summoned to King's Landing with King Aerys, depriving a true ally among the White Cloaks. Arthur may be Ashura's brother, but he was Rhaegar's closest friend as well. She would not count on support from that direction, both were allies to Rhaegar's cause. They would keep servants away, allowing them to talk freely. Princess. The prince is waiting for you. Arthur nodded at her, and opened the dark wooden door, a dragon-breathing flame carved into the surface. Roriga was sitting near one of the tall windows clad in a black doublet, the red three-headed dragon of his house embroidered on his chest. His gaze was locked. Oh, he did not turn at her entrance, though Elia was sure he had noticed. His silver harp was within arm's reach, carefully placed on a small table on his left next to a parchment. No doubt he had been playing not long ago. She waited, but Roriga did not acknowledge her presence, simply sitting with his back to her. That did nothing but stoke the fire inside her even further. Her eyes narrowed, and she had to make an effort to keep her teeth from grinding. Have your senses taken leave of you? Truly, she said, trying and failing to not let her anger show. He turned to her, still sitting and still silent. Then he waited, as if she was the one that had to explain herself. Roriga just sat, silent and sad and beautiful. Perfect, always thoughtful, always melancholic, always calm, just sat there, with not an ounce of shame. It made her want to strangle him. Tell me, did you spare a single thought for the consequences of your actions? Just one. For what this would do to you, to me, to our efforts and cause. His cause, in truth. She had advocated a different approach, harsher perhaps, but quick and with a far smaller chance of an ensuing war. But she had acquiesced. He would not be involved directly, it would happen on his orders all the same. Kinslaying, even if no one could prove it. Nothing. I suppose not, or you would have had the decency to warn me or any of the others. I do not imagine even Lord Varys could have more effectively destroyed our PR single stroke. I must congratulate you, Elia mocked, only growing angrier with every word she spoke, and with every second Roriga did not react. She had never regretted their marriage before, content with her position and with Roriga as her husband. But this. The humiliation was the least of it. That alone she could have gotten over. It was not his gaze on another woman, though that rankled her as well. A mistress she abided, discreet and hidden away. Even whores she would have closed an eye to. The gods knew that there had been far worse Targaryens in that regard. No, the real problem was another. Not only was Lyanna Stark the daughter of a great lord, but she was already betrothed to another, and not even a woman grown, not another woman in the realm Roriga could have chosen to ruin everything as he had done. The Starks would not forget it, the Baratheons would not forget it, and with the marriages that were in place and the situation as it was, the Riverlands may follow. Lord Went's involvement in the tourney had been a matter of convenience for them. It had been Harrenhal they needed, not a small noble house. Yet there were consequences to that choice all the same. Hoster Tully was as proud as any great lord, yet he could not depend on millennia of lordship to underscore his legitimacy as overlord. As the Starks or Lannisters, Tully was very well aware that the position of his house could quickly change, just as Mace Tyrell was. But no noble house in the Reach had been granted such sign by the prince and king. House Went had. Before, that consequence had been regrettable but still manageable. Now, they would need to make amends, significant ones at that, to houses Tully, Stark, and be disaster. There was no getting around that. Well, no explanations, no reasons. Can you not even muster some excuse? Some futile attempt at convincing me that everything will work out in the end? Eliako exhaustion creeping up on her, as her anger was being met with no resistance, but she did her best to ignore it. She had not been able to enjoy restful sleep. The last Roriga remained silent. Nothing. At all. Everything is as it seems. Do you know what that even is, I wonder? what it looks like. To the realm. What they whisper. There will be songs of I doubt. The prince as mad as the king, she finished with a derisive sneer. The slightest downturn of his lips. Careful, Elia. His brow drew down, a spark of discontent in his indigo eyes, yet his voice was calm. He is my father, still. Silence reigned for a moment, and he continued. What the singers say I cannot know. I honored Lady Lyanna, as was her due. As for the north. He tapped the small parchment next to his harp, a raven scroll, the trip to Winterfell. It has been handled. Rhaenys will wed the firstborn son of Brandon Stark and Catelyn Tully once he comes of age. Elia knew then that this had been completely futile. Rhaegar clearly did not care. About her, about their marriage, about Rhaenys, about anything but himself. Hotter evaporated like water in the Dornish desert, replaced by a colder, quieter fury. He turned his back on her, looking out at the water again. There was an advantage to courtesy and decorum, one she greatly appreciated in that moment. I will leave for Sunspear in 3 days' time. So Rhaenys may visit her family, Elia said, letting none of her feelings be hurt. He did not deserve them. She turned to leave the room. Sir Jonathan Hall will guard you for the duration of your trip, Rhaegar said, gaze still fixed on the water. Trapped, she knew. Sir Jonathan Hall was his good friend and ally, and would not be inattentive in his duties. A king's guard was not so easily thwarted. Elia left the room without another word. The water gardens were a quiet, peaceful place, filled with the laughter of splashing children. Rhaenys looked on happily and gurgled nonsense syllables as Elia rock lap, unaware of her mother's troubled thoughts. How are you feeling? Doran asked, his voice quiet, and sat down next to her. Only his Norvoshi guardsman, Aereo Hotter, stood close by, neither Martell nor Targa allowed in the immediate vicinity. Doran was the lord of a great house and did not need to suffer even the prince's men, but a white cloak was a different matter. Fortunately, Sir Jonathan Hall was only had need for rest eventually, giving them a few hours every day. Exhausted, mostly, Elia answered. Their voyage had been swift and unbothered, yet even that had taken its toll on her, after sleepless nights and frustration. But reason to trouble Doran with her physical ails when he had to wrestle with ones of his own. He did not like to show it, much less talk of it, but her older brother did exertion as he had even a few years before. He had earned his spurs more than a decade past, but combat was more hazard to him now than it already was for everyone else. They spent a few minutes just watching the children play in the pools. Marin Martell had commanded this palace built for his beloved wife, Daenerys Targaryen, children from all over Dorne here in her time. Back then, it had served as a symbol of unification, of the joining of Dorne with the Iron Throne, of houses Martell, and now, that meaning was largely lost, though the traditions begun then had survived undamaged. Elia had grown up playing in these pools and gardens as well, with Oberyn and hundreds of other children regardless of birth. All of them had splashed and tumbled each other, and old feuds or differences in status had been unimportant, forgotten at the palace gate. She wondered for a moment how her predecessor would have reacted to Rhaegar's actions. Miriam Martell, sister to Marin, had married Daeron 200 years Dawn into the fold at last. For more than a century they had resisted conquest, for in Dawn even dragons bowed to the sun, but the bonds of marriage had accomplished what warring could a Dornish princess for the Targaryen prince and heir to the Iron Throne, then as now, but she knew of no comparable events to the one at Harrenhal, the Histories D, the Blackfyre rebellions and the misdeeds of Aegon the Unworthy. Would a maester write of the events at Harrenhal 100 years from now? Or would it simply be ignored or forgotten, considered unimportant next to the tale of counsel, successful or not? Perhaps it was simply foolishness to wonder at the unknowable. However Miriam might have reacted had no bearing on her actions now. Elia had to decide for hers would act going forward. Rhaenys got Elia's attention then, as she began to fuss in her grip. She focused on soothing her daughter for a moment, rocking her gently and stroking her back. You calmed again and settled down in her lap. I am grateful Arianne is past that phase, Doran said lightly from next to her. His firstborn daughter was splashing in the pools as well, much preferring her play to with her young cousin. Arianne had been impatient even while holding Rhaenys for a short time, before taking the first opportunity to run off to exhaust the near bow of a 4-year-old. I do not blame you for that, Elia replied with a small smile. Usually, she did not have to handle them herself, as she did now, but after Harrenhal spending time helped to keep her focused, and sometimes, it seemed, sane. She would not, could not, forget what had happened, but it was no longer only herself she had to worry about. Even if Rhaegar seemed to disregard their daughter, she would not. Rhaenys was a princess of not just Dorne but the entire 7 kingdoms, and for now Rhaegar's heir should he ascend the Iron Throne. Elia, Doran said without looking her way. He had always been the calmer of her 2 brothers, willing to wait where others rushed into action, but she heard the question voice now. Dorne stands with you. No matter what you decide. She accepted the words and all their implications with a nod and smoothed back Rhaenys' growing dark locks. It lifted a weight from her shoulders, to have it confer she did not yet know just what it was that she would do. They spoke no more of it from then on, simply passing the time watching the delighted play of children in the pools and gardens, but her thoughts did not rest as this trip to Dorne had brought her a few weeks of separation, but Elia knew she could not remain here. Her return to Dragonstone and Rhaegar's side was inevitable conclusion to their disrupted efforts to depose his father as king. He clearly still intended to go through with them, considering his proposal for the north, but she was not informed on his plans for the other great lords. Tywin Lan's simple enough to appease by releasing his firstborn son Jaime from his Kingsguard vows, but others presented larger problems, especially after Harrenhal. Robert Baratheon had 2 younger brothers, Hoster Tully an unpromised son, and Jon Arryn's heir Elbert was unmarried as well. All of them presented opportunity Tyrell's young son Willers, yet the question, as always, was how they were to be exploited. Since Harrenhal she had disregarded any efforts of her own, considering Rhaegar's flagrant destruction of all of them, but she could not simply sit and wait, not if have any say in the future of her life, her children's lives, and the realm at large. Elia knew that the others would know more, staying informed and ready even during the last weeks, but she also knew that she needed to make a decision first. He did not agree on what to do, on how to act. Could she forgive what had happened and simply move on? No, she could not. But her forgiveness was irrelevant in the end. Even the thought of her husband's actions, at Harrenhal and Dragonstone afterwards, still frustrated her, and she had no intention of forgetting them for his sake. Be remembered his father's reaction as well, to being presented with Rhaenys shortly after the birth. Despite all her exhaustion and her body's weakness, she had undone journey to King's Landing and come before him. The only thing Elia had wanted was to sleep, for days and days on end, but willpower had kept her awake as long as possible, had kept her conscious while Queen R tried to hand her grandchild over to the king, only for Aerys to refuse to hold her, to even touch her. Instead, he had turned up his nose in derision, claiming her daughter to smell Dornish, the insult he intended heard loud and clear. What reservations she had ever harbored against forcefully removing Eris from the Iron Throne had died a swift death that day. No matter her feelings regarding the son, the father was by far the greater evil. By the time she spoke, Rhaenys had long been taking for a nap, and Sir Jonathan stood near her shoulder again, rested and prepared to guard. Other children splashed pools in front of her now, and Doran and her had enjoyed a few blood oranges as they watched in silence. Despite everything, we continue as we have. You have decided on this, Elia? Oberyn asked her, pacing around the room. There is no choice. Rhaenys is the crown princess, and should I bear a son he will be king someday. For now, Rhaegar is our best and only option, and so he has, Elia said, already growing tired of explaining this and in general. Maester Caliot had told her to pay attention to any further changes in her body over the next days and weeks, but in her heart she already knew. Her last pregna fresh in her mind, as was its aftermath and the toll both had taken on her. Elia was unsure whether she should feel grateful for a reason to keep Rhaegar from her bed when she had returned to Dragonstone, or defeated. Even if she had decision, it seemed that the gods would have their way no matter what. But no, there is no but. Eris will never accept my children on the Iron Throne, and Viserys is a child. We have no other choice, Oberyn. She did not often quarrel with, and she loved both of them dearly, but right now Oberyn's stubborn venom was only cause for additional frustration on her part. He had returned to Sunspear only that same day, after making his way from Harrenhal by horse and stopping along the way to indulge himself. With her about to leave Dragonstone again soon, a confrontation had been inevitable. You mean for things to return to normal, as if nothing had ever happened, he replied, far from being cowed or convinced. There was a lazy edge to Oberyn's tone never heard directed at herself before. No, I do not, she insisted forcefully. I have no intention of forgetting or forgiving Harrenhal. Rhaegar chose his actions, and now I am choosing mine. What do you dawn to rise in rebellion? For me to beg the High Septon for an annulment he will never grant. Oberyn stopped in place and leaned down to eye level with her seated form. I want you to be angry at his insult, of you and Dawn. I am angry. Elia shouted, finally losing her patience. At Rhaegar, at the damn Stark girl, at Sir Barristan, and Arthur, and the king, and mother, and all of them, up from the chair in her anger, making Oberyn lean back slightly. A wave of nausea stopped her cold for a moment, making her balance herself on the arm of the sea response. Pressing the other hand against her forehead, Elia took a deep breath, shoulders sagging. She hated being angry and frustrated. Better. Oberyn smirked knowingly, and she understood. You. Have I told you that I hate you, lately? Elia asked, and her brother barked out a sharp laugh in response. No, but I imagine you have thought it in great detail, he said, smiling, and pulled her into a hug she desperately needed. It brought her back, to a time before her marriage, when her concerns had been only Dawn and herself, and not all the Seven Kingdoms. When things had been least seemed that way to her. Years spent playing in the water gardens with other children and riding out from Sunspear, up the coast towards the Broken Arm or down the coast to Lemonwood Greenblood. Lessons with the Septa and her lady mother. Playing Savas as the evening waned. Stealing a skin of wine with Oberyn only to be discovered by Dora scrambling to convince him not to tell. Easy, happy times. But they were the past. Your ship leaves tomorrow? Oberyn asked after a few minutes had passed in silence. Elia nodded against his chest, unwilling to let go. Unwilling to let this fleeting moment of uncharacteristic support fade. I will be leaving Sunspear as well, in a week's time. Leaning back, Elia looked up at her brother in curiosity. Oberyn had no duties in Sunspear itself, as a second son, though he could often be found training with the G had other ventures of his own in Dawn. His horse breeding, a vineyard or two near God's Grace, and his fingers in at least a dozen brothels and pleasure houses. Where to? Volantis, he answered. Nymeria is long past the time that she should join her sisters here. Whatever her brother's faults, he accepted the responsibilities in her actions without pause. Little Tyen and not so little Obera already played in the water gardens with Ariane and the other children. Yet just because he accepted them did not mean that he would change his behavior in any way. And should you happen to find port in Lies, with an entirely coincidental elongated stay on account of missing supplies, all will be well. Oberyn only smiled, charming and without remorse, as always. Elia chuckled, shaking her head. Oberyn would be Oberyn. A day later her ship headed slowly out of port, its course set for Dragonstone. With her decisions and plans as they were, there was no longer any reason to keep John at whore and dance around his hearing and attention. Of the 7 Kingsguard, 4 were informed of Rhaegar's plans in at least some amount of detail, and of though Luwin was in King's Landing with Aerys. That freedom was fully exploited now, as Elia sat with friends and companions in her cabin, the Dare Knight in white guarding their door. If the North is handled, the Vale is next. What opportunities do we have? Jon Arryn has no living children of his own, and could still remarry, but his nephew Elberht stands to inherit his titles. Elberht is still unmarried. If neither of those, will suppose a Royce or Redfort would do too. Bronze Yohn has 3 sons, though all are too young for an immediate marriage, yet Alice Ladybright laid out, pieces scattered in front of her. Elberht is likely not an option, Ashura said, shaking her head. There has been correspondence between the Uri and Riverrun. With Jaime Lannister out of the picked out that he will be betrothed to Lysa Tully within a year. The marriage would bind Vale and Riverlands together through blood and not just the web of friendships with the North and Stormlands formed by the fostering of and Robert Baratheon under Jon Arryn. Even without direct confirmation, Elia did not doubt Ashura's claim. Their network of informants was barely comparable to that of Lord Varys, but it was all they had led them astray yet. One of Yohn Royce's sons, then? Lara asked. The oldest is Ander and is currently squiring at the Uri for the captain of the guards, a Savardis Egan Alice supplied after riffling through her lists. If he is anything like his father, he will be an accomplished Tony Knight, Mora Corgyle said and pushed a grape through her lips. Jane Jourdain, the youngest, agreed with a nod, silently following the conversation as she usually did. Are you offering yourself, Mora? Elia asked, only half serious. Who would be offered could be decided at a later date, when they had the opportunity to learn of tea Rhaegar had now made by himself. Runestone is warmer than Winterfell, at least, Lara added flippantly. That elicited a smile from Elia, as it did the others. Even a year of life on Dragonstone or in Kay had not made any of them forget the climate of their home. Not even winter managed to conquer the Dornish heat. She reached for one of the fruit bowls on the small table next to her and picked herself a slice of orange. Perhaps there is something other than a betrothal we can offer the Vale, Ashura said with a pensive frown. What do you have in mind? Elia was open to other ideas. Even if a marriage could still be advantageous, she had entertained other options herself. The Vale was but she had no power to commission any project large enough to significantly impact trade. The mountain clans in the Vale still discourage trade and travel by way of the mountain passes without armed escorts. What if we offered the support of the crown? End that problem. Experienced men, and coin to pay for it all. Elia thought about it for a moment, but one of the wrinkles was clear enough, and caused her to grimace. No matter the truthfulness of that offer and the idea be similar to those Eris himself had in his early reign. If we want to prop up Roger as the better king, raising his father's shadow in people's minds will work again. Underground canals in Dawn to transform the desert, a new wall hundreds of miles north of the current one, conquering the stepstones, Eris had not lacked for none had ever come to fruition. Bravos remained uninvaded, King's Landing was still the only city at the Blackwater Rush, and there was no canal through the Rive connecting west to east for easier trade. If it was more than just an idea. Actual plans and strategies, with costs laid out beforehand. Worrying her bottom lip between her teeth, Elia considered the potential of Ashura's idea. How it would be received she could not say, but there was merit to it, she perhaps. I do not know Jonarin or Bronzione well, but we could approach them concerning the idea under the guise of a proposed betrothal. I would not trust Raven, Elia said eventually. When we have arrived on Dragonstone, you can work on it. Arthur may have some valuable insights as well. It was military effort in the end, and all their knowledge of supplies and logistics would not suffice without the considerations of manpower and strategy necessary to anything. Ashura accepted her words with a nod. The Riverlands then? Alice asked after making a small note. They continued. The maintenance of ravens can therefore be considered the paramount duty of any maester. Old Walgrave concluded, his slightly disorganized and meandering leg coming to a close. Naruto wondered just how long Shura would have put up with the endless tangents and monologues. Not long, most likely. What could have been accomplished in had dragged on for two instead. For any questions you may refer to Black Wings, Swift Words in the library. Now, Walgrave trailed off, lost. One of the older acolytes under the Archmar's tutelage walked over and whispered in his ear. Ah, yes, inspections, the old man muttered, too low for most of the other students to hear. But Naruto sat at the front and was no less alert despite the preceding raising his voice. Walgrave addressed the room again. Novices, collect your ravens and bring them forward for inspection. That caused a cascade of shuffling steps and quiet conversation as the other novices began going over to the large desk holding all the bird cages and started trying which one belonged to them. Every new student of Ravenry was given a bird to care for by themselves. If they could not care for one raven, having them be responsible care of dozens or even hundreds of birds was inviting disaster. There was also an additional lesson intended by the practice, one no one had openly shared, though Naruto had figured it out quickly. Before every lecture on Raven were asked to place their cage on a table with all the others, ostensibly so that the birds would not disturb the lecture, but in truth to make identifying the ravens of every student. A few novices tried to remember the position, others marked their cage in some way, and yet others marked their raven, but after the first time most everyone had some system that worked for them. Some of the older acolytes liked to amuse themselves by switching the cages around while the novices tried to follow Walgrave's meandering explanations, leading lecture from the Archmaester upon inspection. The old man always knew which bird belonged to whom, and had no patience for mistakes in that regard. When your lord commands you to send a raven, you cannot excuse yourself with inattentiveness, the old man in grey would say, and then ignore the sputtering of novice in question. Naruto stood as well, and picked up his cage from the place one of the acolytes had placed it after switching it with another. The young man with his small three-rin hid his frustration, but his success was rather limited. Naruto had seen the substitution happen, but even had he not, picking out his own raven was no trouble, for had marked neither cage nor bird. His raven quorked in greeting and accepted a few pieces of corn, while Naruto carried the cage over to the line in front of the Archmaester. "How can you always tell so quickly?" a young voice behind him asked curiously. He turned in the queue and quickly put a name to the face and voice. Miles, a slick novice, who had marked his raven's cage with a red ribbon. Naruto shrugged, unsure how to answer that. "I just can." Maybe it was his sage training, or maybe he was just more used to paying attention to all the little details, but either way it never took him more than a few moments which of the ravens was the one entrusted to him. As the line moved up, a grumbling novice moved past them and left the hall, cage in one hand with a raven happily eating a few pieces of corn inside, unconcerned dropping splattered surroundings. The difference between those novices that came away from Walgrave's inspection with negative feedback and those that did with positive was not primarily age, though well have been. Taking responsibility seriously when you were younger was harder, and rare. Naruto knew that well himself. Accepting his position as a Jinchuriki had been a struggle at 15, which was nothing so say of 13 or 12. Some of the youngest novices just starting there were that age. Miles began to nervously tap his foot as they waited, though Naruto could see nothing wrong with his raven or cage. The line continued to move up, closer to his acolytes, who opened every cage and carefully inspected the raven inside before looking at how it reacted to their intrusion and contact. Then it was his turn. "Your raven," the acolyte in front of him stated gruffly. Naruto obediently handed over his cage, unconcerned with the older man's reproach. It was unrequited and personal besides, but instead directed at novices in general. Just because the Citadel was an institution of learning did not mean that there was no pecking order between the different groups attending lectures in Old Town. The acolyte opened the cage with a critical eye and beckoned for the raven inside to come to him. After being greeted with happy cawing, Naruto watched him lead through a few quick exercises. Touching the legs without much complaint, tying something to them with no change in movement, and finally making the raven fly on command. While the examination had been going on, Archmaester Walgrave had walked over to look in on the proceedings. As much as the Grey Maester could be distracted of brain during lectures, when it came to caring for ravens, he was uninhibited by age. Very good," Walgrave said, nodding to himself, as the acolyte beckoned Naruto's raven back into the cage. "I do not recall, how long have you been studying, man?" 2 weeks, Naruto answered him, as other inspections continued next to them. Walgrave nodded again, as if he had expected that answer somehow. Yes, of course. Quite deftly done. Continue as you have with your raven, and you will no time." With those words and no further explanation, the old maester left again, for another inspection, where he quickly began expounding on the importance of having with the ravens, to acclimatize them to being handled when they were required. Naruto reached for his cage, gaze fixed on the back of the grey robes. Eamon was older, but from their one interaction at Castle Black, he thought him more clear. Walgrave, nonetheless. The man's faculties varied from lecture to lecture, and Naruto was unsure just how to take his words. That decision was taken out of his hands. As his fingers closed around the iron ring at the top of the cage, the acolyte in front of him grabbed for his hand and leaned in with an angry whisper on his lips. "Do to your head." Walgrave can barely tell the way here half the time, his words mean nothing. "Don't think this makes you special." With the final word, the acolyte released his arm again and waved for the next novice to come forward and present his cage and raven. As he walked away, Naruto wondered if this was how Sasuke had felt back in their academy days. Then again, that had made more sense than this. Sasuke had acted exceptional at near every subject in the academy. Naruto had attended lectures for 4 different subjects until now, and Ravenry was the only one he really excelled at, which was mostly on account of the easier time interacting with animals. Medicine was somehow even more tedious than he had expected. Herb law was interesting but involved a lot of memorization, which was the opposite of engaging. The higher mysteries had been enough for him after the first one, when it became clear that the speaking maester did not even believe those same mysteries were place. A part of him had wanted to prove the man wrong right then and there, but the clear agreement of everyone else in the lecture hall had given him pause. So, he had silence, and not attended another lecture, the futility of that more than obvious. Eventually he passed the end of the queue of novices and left the lecture hall. The citadel was a collection of courtyards and buildings on both sides of the Hanui bridges connecting both sides of the river to each other inside the premises, just as they did on the outside. The occasional old towner crossed the grounds towards the scribe's hearth, while acolytes, novices, and maesters crossed between the different buildings to search assignment, lecture, or book. Naruto walked towards exit and left the premises of the citadel through the archway flanked by 2 green sphinxes, 1 male and 1 female. The streets beyond, people of 100 different stripes, making their way through the cobblestone streets to whatever goal they had for the moment. He headed in the direction of the harbor, where a room waited for him and his raven in the Fruits of Brass, an inn frequented by locals, sailors and merchants. The old town was an ancient city, much older than Volantis, though there were some similarities between the two, nonetheless. Both were important port cities, their co-dominated by the shifting tides of trade, and had been built at the mouth of a river, the Hanuine for one and the Rhône for the other. Yet they were noticeably different places. The buildings here were older, especially in the heart of the city near the mouth of the river and Battle Isle, and where Pre-Arla dominated Volantis. The faith of the Seven was even stronger in Old Town. The 7-sided star decorated more than half the buildings in some shape or form. Many people carried small rainbow-colored trinkets made of stone or wood. Wealthier men, everywhere they went, and especially in visits to a September. Naruto passed through crowds walking the city just as he did, the atmosphere light and the people unburdened. Winter had broken, even if the citadel had not yet spring begun, and winds from the sea were losing some of the bite they had gained even this far south. Mothers with small children were on the way to the market to use the remaining hours of daylight, young men were on the way to the nearest winesink to get a coming evening, and a few people at the docks boarded small boats that would cut across Whispering Sound to the other side of the harbor for a few coppers, show time needed to get from one end of the city to the other. Closer to the harbor, where traders from all over the world docked their ships, the 7 sides and rainbow colors of the 7 were less frequent. There were St. course, but sometimes the odd red flame of Arla, carved moon, or depiction of naked bodies entangled with each other, replaced them instead. Naruto turned down a small, narrow alley from the larger harbor area, the shadows cast by the 2 surrounding buildings plunging him into darkness. For a moment reached his goal. The Fruits of Brass was a 3-storied brick building near as wide as it was tall, with a round varnished wooden sign dangling above the door, carved with a trading conquering a wave. How long ago the place had been opened nobody knew anymore, but the owner still claimed descent from the original innkeep, who had studied in the Citadel Imps until he had earned a brass ring to show his mastery of navigation and changed course to become a captain instead. The fruits of that adventurous life had eventually allowed the man to open the inn, named in honor of that same brass ring, a trinket that was proudly displayed a fireplace. Naruto entered the homey main room, a few other people sitting inside and eating or talking with each other in the relaxed atmosphere. Come evening, sailors and captains would be stuffing the room, to get some final relaxation before rising early in the morning to leave for the sea again, but for now things were still calm. I hope your studies were fruitful. The innkeep, Wallin, called out, quickly recognizing him. The man managed the building with his wife and children, the entire working together to keep everything in order. No less than any other day, Naruto answered. Sometimes it felt like he couldn't even separate Ibros's words of the day from those of the last. Will you have something to eat? My wife has made a wonderful stew. Later he said, waving the man off. There are some matters I have to attend to first. But thank you. Wallin nodded, accepting that answer and leaving him to walk deeper into the room. Before Naruto could pass fully towards the stairs, Wallin's young daughter Maddie came down them instead, a woven basket filled with clothes in need of a wash. So I did just like you asked. Put it right by your door and all, she said, excited as usual. He had been like that at her age too, he supposed, even if they spe very different things. He was long past trying to correct the title from her, after she had picked it up when he had told of his participation at Harrenhal the evening after his arrival. Giving Naruto produced the 2 copper stars he had promised her for the task. Here you are then, for honest work, Naruto said, and placed the coins on the top of the pile of clothing. Run along now, I'm sure your mother is waiting for you. Maddie happily did as he asked, rushing off with her prize while trying not to trip over her feet and slightly too long skirt. Accounts settled, Naruto climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor and turned down a hallway at the top, his room located at the very end. On the floor right in front of the room was a wide dish covered with a flat piece of wood, just as Maddie had said. Picking the simple container up, he carefully opened the door, the water hidden under the wood covering audibly sloshing with his movements. A small moment of awe passed, and he could enter his humble abode for his stay in Old Town, the ninja wire he had fashioned into a simple alarm system telling him that no one had been left in the morning. After placing the water dish on the small table, Naruto moved to the window and opened the shutters, letting in a pleasant rush of late afternoon air. His raven began to scold him only a few moments into his enjoyment, and Naruto obligingly placed the cage on the stone sill, where the black bird could track the street below to satisfy its curiosity from the safety of the confining but protective metal home. Taking another deep breath of the fresh air, Naruto turned towards the small table and the water dish he had asked Maddie to bring, ready to get to work. Discarding the wooden covering, he extended his right hand above the liquid, palm flat and nearly close enough to be in contact with water. Feeling the natural inner itself was easy enough, especially this close. When he concentrated only on his sense for nature, he could easily find water near 100 yards away, more surely to increase the distance. But figuring out that he was looking at water was not the point of this. Telling one thing from another was simple enough, once he had identified it once, but telling the same slightly different thing was harder. Maddie had 2 options when getting water for him, going to the next well or going to the port, but he had not asked which, only telling her that he needed some. Naruto knew salt water was different from fresh water, but feeling and telling that difference without knowing the source or having a taste was not as easy. Unfortunate impression he got was either vague or incredibly detailed, depending on his experience with the thing in question. Water, no matter what kind, just gave him the impression of water. A minute of silent struggle later and Naruto made a decision, if not a confident one. Fresh water, surely. Dipping one finger into the liquid, he had a quick taste, quick disgusted sputtering. Bleh. Even just that small taste was brackish and salty. Maddie had gone to the bay. Perhaps that was the problem. The water in the bay was not fresh water, but it wasn't quite the same as salt water from the ocean either. Maybe if he tried telling T between those two first, he would improve faster. Instead of dwelling on it, Naruto moved on. He had other uses for water beside trying to tell how much salt was inside. He hadn't yet succeeded at completely wet. He was close and now in the same situation as he had been while training Shiro. What was the next step? The way to move forward in training his nature transform. There were some things translating between fire and water, even if the two were each other's opposite. When there was already fire, empowering it was easier than entirely new flame from chakra. Pulling water from the air was similarly much harder than simply using an available source. Naruto knew no hand signs for either, only the basics of elemental manipulation he had learned for wind under Kakashi. So this was what he had settled on. Extending his right hand again, Naruto channeled his chakra. Wind was either cutting blade or pushing, even crushing, force. Water was the push and pull of the tide pressure surrounding you through its weight. The wind was fickle where water was constant and solid. Yet with both water and wind, getting a small movement started was rather easy. Making that movement useful or even lethal was another matter entirely, but that when he had gotten better. His left hand formed one half of a ram seal, assisting his focus and concentration, and Naruto tried to make the water move. The amount of chakra he was using slow. He tried to submerge his mind in the feel of water, in its coolness, its movement and flow, its shifts as he began to succeed. Slowly but surely water began to move in the dish, languidly spiraling inwards like a small, weak, whirlpool. Naruto's mind was on his chakra and the water, focused and attentive, but that did not mean that he was unaware of his surroundings. He snapped his head around window, where he had felt eyes watching him. He frowned, but there was no one there, only his raven looking into the room with its beady black eyes, the sounds of the street below echoing upwards. Taking a look out of the window revealed nothing either, only an ordinary street, and yet Naruto was sure that he had not been imagining it. There had been some presence watching him. There one moment and gone the next. It oddly reminded him of the Isle of Faces. Climbing the high tower turned out to be a far bigger endeavor than Naruto had anticipated. When he had made the plan to visit Old Town, it had all seemed terribly the city, take a boat to Battle Isle, and start climbing. Maybe it was incredibly tall, but so what? He had no fear of falling, and his stamina should more than cover even that distance. Things turned out to be a bit more complicated, however. Getting to Battle Isle was the least of the problems. Ferries brought people and supplies to the island in the middle of the Whispering Sound, the bay at the mouth Honeywine, every day, and sneaking onto one of them in the dark hours of the morning was no great feat. When the porters aboard the ferry disembarked carrying sacks filled with flour and wooden crates of vegetables or other foodstuffs, Naruto quietly followed along at covered basket with loaves of bread in his arms. Before they had even reached the gate, other servants were already coming down the sloping coast to help, and no one stopped them from entering into the Hito Black Foundation. Naruto kept a careful eye on his surroundings as they walked towards their destination. He needed to get up somehow, but he had not been able to see any stairs yet. Instead of wildly running around to take a closer look, Naruto simply continued playing, following the line of men as they carried their burdens deeper inside, until they reached a wide square wooden platform, rope and chain tethered to all sides and a row of weights behind it. Positioning himself in the back to remain hidden, he waited with the others as another servant in high tower colors yelled an order and pulled on a rope. Off to the sudden jerk, the platform started moving upwards, and for a moment he thought something had gone wrong, but none of the others visibly reacted to the change. Chains moved downwards around them, while they ascended the dark stone walls. The elevator platform came to a jerking halt not even a minute later, and the others began moving, carrying their supplies off the platform and towards a number a room, where a servant in Hightower colors waited with a scribe from the citadel, to take an account of everything being delivered. The men queued up, with Naruto once more at the back, while the wooden platform behind them descended again. One by one the crates and sacks were quickly and efficiently inspected before the Hightower servant called out which room they were to be delivered to and what S marked on the list the scribe was making. 2 bushels of wheat. Down the hall, the last room on the right. 2 sacks of flour. The storeroom 2 doors down. On and one it went, until it was Naruto's turn. The wooden elevator had already returned to the top, bringing more men carrying more supplies. The man in charge coordination quickly pulled up the cloth covering the heavy basket and glanced inside. 1 basket bread. The kitchen supply, around that corner, in front of the door. With those words the man dismissed him, and Naruto obediently followed direction, reaching the corner revealed steps leading upstairs on the other side of the kitchen supplies. Depositing the basket, he carried near the door. He returned to the core back into the hall where all the others were working. When nobody was looking towards him, he hurried to the stairs on quiet feet and began his way upwards. The servants of House Hightower were clad in grey and green, the white tower crowned with flame of the house stitched on the upper arm. Naruto had neither sigil match them, so he needed to avoid most contact with others, especially the higher up he got, where no outsider would pass unnoticed. This far down he may be himself out of anything by saying he had gotten turned around. How far up he would get this way, he did not know, but for now he took 2 steps at a time to advance as quickly as possible. After 3 stories his upwards move and he was forced to look for another flight, and slowly the dark smooth stone of the lower levels gave way to a lighter colored material, constructed much later. T spiraled upwards in tight circles, with only small windows lighting the stone walls and steps around him. The high tower stood taller than the wall, and he had seen the switchback stairs half built into the ice winding their way to the top back at Castle Black. He was in for journey. Fortunately, it was still very early in the morning, and those people without anything specific to do were only just waking up and beginning their day. For minutes Naruto was unimpeded in his climb, only sounds from below him alerting him to the presence of others every now and again. But his luck had to turn. Halfway up one flight he came to stop, feet scuffing the stone echoing from above and below. With no other escape in sight Naruto went for the window and began actually climbing, finding footholds in the stone exterior of the building. The wind was stronger than it had been even on the ferry, and the morning was still rather cold, the sun only beginning to warm the day as it peeked over the horizon. Still, that bit of discomfort would not stop him now. Windowsills, cracks in the stone, or just a rough patch of mortar, even without using his chakra he had no trouble finding handholds to ascend further and further, the ground only growing with every time he pulled himself upwards. Iron bars covered the next window, disallowing entry or exit through it, though he had no intention of getting back inside in any case. Still, it was an anomaly in that he could not help but stop in curiosity. Dark blinds covered the room from view, but they did not impede his ears much. A female voice drifted out from the inside, barely audible over the wind. "They do not walk, they cannot walk, they should not walk," she said, only to repeat the words moments later. It sounded almost like a chant of some sort, had the hysterical near-mad giggling after every repetition. Just as Naruto was about to move on again the words changed, though he could not tell what had been the cause. "He sits and watches." The woman sounded near elated now, as if she had finally figured something out. "Too long already, too long he sits. But he can on next." The sound of a door opening was unmistakable, as were the careful words that followed. "My lady, are you ready to be dressed?" Shuffling steps followed in the question audible, and no more words were exchanged until Naruto decided to move on again. He was more than halfway up already, and if he hurried there would still be some sunrise to enjoy from the top. The strain developing in his arms and fingers was a welcome change from endless books and lectures. Naruto still trained near every day, with bow or sword or just his body, but this was different. New, something he yet. Finally, he pulled himself over the edge at the very top of the tower, where the signal fire burned day and night to act as a beacon for ships leaving or arriving in Po. Stretching his fingers against the tightness in the muscles, Naruto stood and took in the view. It was breathtaking. For leagues he could see everything. Wide rivers turning into small blue lines snaking off into the distance, buildings appeared no more than specks, and hills might have existed from this far up. The other side of the tower revealed whispering sound in its entirety, the giant bay old town used for its port seeming near insignificant the size in the distance. Slowly the sun fully passed the horizon, its orange rays lightening to yellow and gold. Naruto understood why some Hightower king had built this tall hundreds of years ago. Even if the rumors of being able to see the wall were clear exaggeration, that did not sully the experience in any way. Standing at the edge he had to fight to keep his footing, leaning into the wind in just the right way so that he was not swayed over the edge. Looking down at Old Town made the city look small and even more cramped than it already was. Naruto could see the citadel, after a moment of searching, sprawl in honey wine. The starry September with its 7 sides and black marble walls. Naruto felt the urge to jump, to feel the wind rush past him as he fell, to right himself in the air and struggle for breath and direction, but he thought better of it. In with Kurama's chakra, he could have countered the impact, but he was without both. Jumping anyway would be folly. There was too much he still wanted to do.